the new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6.
Maximum checkout.
He's done it.
10 missed starts have double have cost him dearly, and Trina Gulliver has produced a seismic shot.
Okay, double 18 then, and he finds it.
Johan
Tops. Yes, Gary, on the board.
But it's Dean that wins the race to the finish. His opponents intended to have punished.
Maybe not anymore. Not anymore.
11 spaces are occupied, but one is vacant. The race to Champions Week starts now. Very good morning. Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. One more space remains for next week's Champions Week, and we have 12 new players at the start of their journey this week. Laura Turner is alongside me, and Laura, last Saturday, let's just reflect on that a little bit. Charlie Manby, his second bite of the cherry this series, and he took full advantage after things got a little bit tricky for him in the group.
Yeah, it was a difficult group anyway, wasn't it, alongside O'Shea and Campbell. But yeah, he did enough to get through, just about. But then after that, really no looking back for Charlie Manby, and got his hands on that title.
He certainly did, but I suppose with these young dart players, and there are so many, we've got another one here this week, of course, but we're seeing them grow and evolve and learn before our very eyes.
Yeah, and Charlie's probably a good case in point, because we've seen him time on time. He's just getting better and better, and you can see that development in him. And obviously the prize for that is being the Week 11 winner and coming back next week. So they're fearless, they're so confident, and it's great to see the future's definitely looking bright for the sport of darts.
It certainly is, and Charlie Manby will be in Group A next week in Champions Week. He will join Messrs Pallett, Coulson, Evans and Sykes. Those are confirmed for Group A. Maybe Keegan Brown or maybe this week's winner will join them. Let's see the breakdown of this week then. And Archie Self, on his 16th birthday, is here making his Modus Super Series debut against Mervyn King and Rowby-John Rodriguez. We know all about them pair. Stephen Plumstead has got a late call-up for Group B. He joins Dean Finn, who came oh so close to a weekly win in the previous series. Tommy Lishman also joins. And Martin Turner is in Group C with James Welding, who's been playing very well in the ADC this year. And of course, Trina Gulliver, MBE. What do you make of that, Laura?
Another tough week, isn't it? I mean, you just look at those names. There's so much experience there. Even, Group A, you've got the likes of King, Rodriguez, people that have played on the tour before, and then you've got that youthfulness in Archie Self. So, yeah, really difficult groups to call.
Yeah, Romeo Gerbach sadly had to withdraw, so Stephen Plumstead, the late replacement. Now, a record breaker at the Super Series this week without even having thrown a dart. Archie Self, 16 years of age today. And you can't get any younger than that. The age limit is 16, so that record will never be broken bar a rule change. He beats Luke Littler to be the youngest ever player. Whatever happened to him? World number one now, of course. Ryan Branley also, and Daniel Stevenson on that list for the wee nippers that have taken part in the Modus Super Series. What a way to spend your birthday, Laura.
Absolutely, what a present that is. And it's great for us as well, because we get to see him now here in Portsmouth on the Super Series stage. And, the waiting gift there is a first match tie with Mervyn King.
Oh, what a birthday present that is. Well, let's get a market check then and see where Archie Self is in the odds compilers list. And he's second favourite alongside Rowby-John Rodriguez. Mervyn King, 11-4 favourite. Is there a few lurkers in there, Laura, at bigger prices?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you've got Trina right the way out there at 100 to 1, which I think, we've seen what she's been doing lately, and she's playing really, really well. Martin Turner, he's made it through to a final as well, but they are quite tight, the odds. And I think that goes to show it's a tough one to call again this week.
It always is. And 18's over only, of course. Please do gamble responsibly. What a way it is to start the week then. The favourite plays the second favourite in our opening match of the week. Mervyn King faces Archie Self, and earlier on this morning, I caught up with the birthday boy. Archie Self, welcome to the Modus Super Series, and maybe more importantly, happy birthday. What a way to spend it.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. I mean, I forgot it was my birthday this morning, to be fair. I was too busy focusing on Modus.
Presumably, you've seen what we do here plenty of times. Just how excited are you to finally take part?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. I mean, I was on the stage a minute ago and I was a bit nervous, but then treble started flying, so hopefully they go in the match and I'll be all right.
Arguably, it's the start of a real big few weeks for you. You've got your Lakeside Boys title to defend. Is this sort of ideal practice, or have you still very much got your eye on being back here next week for Champions Week?
I mean, yeah, it's going to be hard because it's like, I think next week as well is Gibraltar for the JDC stuff as well. So it's going to be hard to choose if I do win the week. But yeah, Lakeside, it's going to be another good blast, and hopefully I win that title again.
I suppose that's the good thing about this amateur side of the game at the moment, that there is choices to be made.
Yeah, I mean, it's too many and it's too big. Like Jensen Walker's just had to go through it as well for the globals, and it's a hard pick as well.
Looking ahead to this week and more in the immediacy, I suppose, what do you make of your Group A opponents over the next 3 days?
Yeah, I know what they're good of. I mean, obviously Mervyn and Rowby, ex-tour card holders, and I know a bit about Gary and I know a bit of Johan. I don't think I've ever known about Jim, but yeah, it'll be a hard couple of weeks.
And as I say, well, as you said there about Mervyn King, sort of two opposite ends of the darting spectrum, you like. Mervyn's still very much not old, but you know what I mean. But just how thrilling is it for you to share the stage with a bit of a legend over the next few days? Yeah,
it's going to be great. I mean, obviously, I've played, just gone the weekend, I've just played 2 or 3 ex-tour card holders as well, in Graham Hall and Jack Tweddle still, he's currently on the tour. But so yeah, it'll be great to share the stage with Mervyn and Rowby as well.
Wish you the best of luck. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you very much.
What a way this is to start week 12, the final week before Champions Week here in Series 12 at the Modus Super Series. Youth versus experience. Archie Self, 16 years of age today, facing Mervyn King, who of course has had a stellar year on the Challenge Tour. He's qualified for Ali Pali. There is still life in the old dog, of course. Mervyn King, great to see him back here. Should have been here earlier on in the series. Had to withdraw due to a bit of an injury, but he is back and ready to fire. He'll be planning on being here over the next 2 weeks. Make no mistake about it. The 59-year-old from Bradwell. Well, this should be very, very interesting. Big few weeks for young Archie, having to defend his Lakeside Boys Championship. No days off, Owen Binks, our referee. He's back to the grind after having plenty of days off in Australia.
First leg, it's Archie to throw first. Game on.
But we're being treated very early doors, Laura. This should be a cracker.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how Archie gets on
43.
here. And the fact that he's here on debut, he's 16 years old, and he's gone into the betting markets at pretty much second favourite, just behind the very experienced Mervyn King. I think that just makes it quite interesting right from the very, very off today.
And we know debutantes can struggle here. Can be quite daunting. Coming in for the first time, sort of different setup. It's not like going to a floor event, a Challenge Tour, a big WDF Open. Certainly for a 16-year-old, it may just take him a little while to settle. Yeah,
definitely agree. I think there are some debutants that just seem to be at home here right from the very off, but having played here, it definitely took me a couple of times to just get used to it. It's very quiet up there, and if you haven't played on, say, a pro tour where, again, it's that similar atmosphere where there's no noise, there's no cheering.
60.
On the WDF, you're quite used to having 30, 40 lanes and everyone kind of squashed in together, everyone's talking, it's noisy. This is quiet.
57.
Yeah, just the two players, the referee and the live lounge fly buzzing around.
$60.
Steady enough start from both. Great to see Mervyn King
56.
really sort of bounce back after the disappointment of losing his tour card and firing his way through Challenge Tour, and he has a good record here as well.
77.
He could be set for an early breaker throw.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Mervyn back at the alley
96.
pally.
Mervyn, you require 104.
It can still go with double 60.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that is
Mervyn
starting
King.
with a bang. Happy birthday,
Second leg
Archie.
is Mervyn to throw
104
first.
checkout,
Game
breaker throw.
Absolutely no sympathy. The fact that it is Archie's birthday, it's all business up there for Mervyn King.
100.
As you say, he's had a really good year, hasn't he, on the Challenge Tour, Merv? Only just squeaked past Michael Unterbuchner to get that fourth position on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. But
140.
the reward is a place at the World Championships in just a few weeks' time.
Yeah, Unterbuchner was absolutely flying the final weekend of Challenge Tour. He made a real late surge. Merv, as you
41.
say, held on. Well, Archie is battling back well here.
97.
Yeah, Mervyn King doesn't do birthdays.
$96.
And already Archie Selfie's just wrestled that
77.
advantage of throw away from Mervyn King.
He's got the pedigree. Only 16, of course, and winning that Lakeside Boys
140.
Championship at the expense of Jensen Walker, who is back next week in Champions Week looking for a second
59.
series
Mervyn, you
title.
require
Only Luke Littler
124.
has managed that feat before. King for a hold now, looking at treble 18. Just has to set it up, so half a chance now for
92.
self.
Archie require 128.
That good work that Archie did earlier on in the
63.
legs, just
Mervyn, you
come
require
undone towards the
32.
tail end, and King, opportunity here to double that leg tally.
Game shot on the second leg. Mervyn King.
There is a fly on the head of Mervyn
Third leg,
King.
it's Archie to throw first. Game on.
I told you it was just the two players, the ref and the fly on the stage. I didn't think we'd see quite such a clear example of that, though, as Self fires in the first maximum of the week. Must have found a nice home on the head of Mervyn King.
127.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever quite seen anything
99.
like that before. It's just the fact that being completely oblivious to the fact that it's there.
Such composure.
$57.
Archie Self is putting together a real good leg here. 88 remains after just 9 darts thrown.
100. Archie require 88.
So how will he deal with this? Time on his side. Well, that
Game
was
shot
very
of
polished
third leg.
indeed. 11 dart
Archie
hold of throw. That was impressive.
Full flag against Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there you see the legs so far. But for me, the impressive stat is not one player yet to miss a dart at a double.
81.
Now then.
180.
Well, he had a couple of sighters in the opening two legs, but now Archie Self is really looking at home on the Super Series stage.
96.
I think it kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier. Just give yourself a couple of legs to settle in, especially when you've thrown first. If you do lose your throw, just don't panic. You know the depth and the talent that you've got. I mean, Archie just this year made the semi-finals of the England Open, one of the more prestigious tournaments on the WDF calendar. Only just narrowly missed out a place in the final at the hands of Chaz Barstow, who we all know very well here at the Super Series.
Yeah, Chaz won the ADC Vault Finals on Saturday. Barstow in real good nick of late.
45.
This is a real chance to break back for Archie. Won't happen this time, but we'll look to leave it sweet.
121.
Yeah, great recovery after that first start and piling the pressure back onto Mervyn King.
$93. Archie require 43.
Vital last there from Merv. Self
23.
can't take
Mervyn,
the
you
opportunity.
require 130.
This would be a bit of a hammer blow for Archie should this go. Needs the treble. Gets the treble. Needs the ball. Gets the ball.
The full flag. Mervyn King.
Bow down to the king. That's got a sting for Archie Self.
Game on.
Merv in the background shaking his head. I think he thought it was him to throw
83.
first. Hadn't realised that it was a break opportunity, and he's still apologising now. Sometimes you can just get so wrapped up in a match that, yeah, forgetting the order, it happens.
Yeah, it was. Just a hold of throw.
121.
Look at that checkout percentage from Merv there, 100%. And
139.
Archie is scoring really nicely. As you say, Laura, it's still early days. Nothing is won on a Monday morning. Long week ahead of both of these.
180.
And that they're the first maximum for Mervyn King. Oh, you mentioned that checkout 3 from 3, but when you think it includes two combination finishes over a ton of 104
95.
and 130, I think Mervyn King's just trying to lay down a bit of a marker here. Let the rest of the field know he's up for it this week.
So I get the impression that Mervyn enjoys showing these kids who's boss.
I agree. Absolutely.
$98. Mervyn, you require 100.
So, for the match, looking at treble 16 for the double.
60.
Wires one match start.
Archie require
This 86 needs to go. Archie Self by no means has no way played badly whatsoever, and a double 16 here to stay alive in this opening contest. Oh, what a dart that is.
Archie Self.
Slid across.
Sick flag against Mervyn to throw
Found
first.
the angle.
Game on.
Pinged the double.
It's a 15 dart hold a throw for Archie Self. As you say, not playing bad at all, averaging just under the 95 mark. Archie Self just
58.
under 93 for Mervyn King. It's been a great opener.
$60.
Yeah, no matter what the end result is in this match, it's been a really encouraging opening show for Archie Self.
180.
But in this last couple of legs towards the tail end of the match, Mervyn King's just starting to find those big, big visits as well. Another
41.
180.
Well, if Mervyn's finding them early doors, that's bad news for everyone,
100.
or everyone else.
Yeah, although Mervyn King obviously has a commanding lead in this leg, really was an opportunity to switch there
90.
with the last start, because now 163 not gettable.
Now checks his score.
93.
That's the treble 18 with the final dart of the visit. Be back for 70. What sort of pressure can be applied from Self? Another would be handy.
140.
Nicely done.
Mervyn, you require 70.
King then to serve this one out. 2 match darts. Only
Game
needs one.
shot and the match.
And Mervyn King gets us
Mervyn
underway in week 12 with an opening salvo win over Archie Self. The birthday boy slightly coming up short against the King, but that was really encouraging from Archie. He looked like he enjoyed the match nevertheless. He's averaged just shy of 93. Mervyn there, 95, 80% on the outer ring. Rowby-John Rodriguez makes his debut next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back, underway here in week 12, in Series 12 at the Modus Super Series. Next week is Champions Week. One more spot available. And from one debutant before the break in Archie Self, who applied himself well, just coming up short though against Mervyn King, who averaged 95 with 2 ton plus checkouts in his 4-2 success. We see Rowby-John Rodriguez making his Super Series debut. Not much we don't know about Rowby-John, a regular on the PDC Tour, just coming off the back of that now, and great to have him here in the live lounge this week. He takes on Johan Geldenhuys of South Africa, the Great White Shark, 25-year-old, who the last time he was here was on the receiving end of a 9-dart leg from Jared Cole.
First leg is Rowby-John to throw first. Game on.
Johan will be the one hoping to hit the 9 this week rather than being on the receiving end of. So Rowby-John gets us underway. And
93.
it's quite scary. Where does time go that Rowby-John, who you still think of as a promising youngster, is in his 30s? Makes me feel sick.
100.
Yeah, Rowby-John now racked up a lot of experience. Had a tour card from 2014 through to 2021, and as you mentioned, did get it back 22, but the back end of last year lost the card. But the benefit of that is that we get to see him here at the Super Series.
Absolutely. Former World Youth runner-up.
57.
Can't remember who we lost to. Oh, yes. That pesky Keegan Brown. He'll be back
56.
here next week.
But I think when you see the progression of the players that have come through these systems now that perhaps weren't in place 25, 30 years ago, you are now starting to see the benefits of it where players are going onto the tour. And now you can see it in the likes of, say, an Archie Self, who we've
96.
obviously just seen take on Mervyn King, making the most of the JDC system that's in place.
Yes, so many options, and forces players now
100.
to make a decision, tough decisions. Obviously, Jensen Walker again back here next week for Champions Week. He's had to make a decision, opting to play lakeside instead of the
60.
ADC
Well,
Globals.
144.
But such is the brilliance and all these new organisations making players
94.
make serious
Rowby-John
choices. But
at
it's better to have choices than no
138.
choice at all, as Rodriguez now eyes 138 for an early hold. Geldenhuys waiting to pounce on 50.
106.
Nice setup, but will he get a chance for it?
Double 16 is the chosen double.
James on the first
No
leg.
issue on the outer
Johan
ring.
Geldenhuys. Second leg is Johan to throw first. Game on.
Oh, Geldenhuys starting strongly.
85.
Represented his country at the PDC World Cup, of course. He's one of the African qualifiers here for the Super Series. So just 25 years of age. Again, might just take the debutant, Rowby-John, despite all of his experience, just to settle in a little bit at the live lounge.
140.
Yeah, we mentioned the emergence of players that have come through the youth circuit, but we're also now quite a lot of eyes are on
93.
African nations as we're seeing more and more players come through. We've had Peter Wachuri here, obviously got Geldenhuys, but I definitely think, you know, Devon Peterson kind of flying the flag for African darts at the
85.
moment. I think we're going to get some more big players coming out of there.
Yeah, we had Cameron Carolison as well here last series. Fantastic player.
108.
One on the floor there for Rowby-John. That was unfortunate. Really unlucky. That bounce out keeps Geldenhuys in the ascendancy. Oh, that is superb.
159.
Johan Geldenhuys means business here this morning.
And that visit just tips the average over 100.
43.
It's been a really strong start in Group
Johan
8.
required
Me
32.
personally, not surprised at the levels we're seeing because the lineup, we mentioned it earlier, really tough to call.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Johan
again, no
Geldenhuys.
troubles with the double.
Third leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first.
13 dart leg, 100 average, 100% on the doubles. What a start for Johan Geldenhuys. Rowby-John doesn't know what's quite hit him so far.
60.
He had a lot of experience despite being 31 years old. 5 appearances at Alexandra Palace. Last 16 of a
40.
World Match Play back in 2022. Also got to the last 16 of the Grand Slam the year prior to that.
$140.
Yeah, Rowby-John definitely has got pedigree within the sport, but it's the man from South Africa who's making the inroads early on.
59. $140.
Oh, the treble was Scaife in there, just going slightly too high. A good visit, nevertheless, leaves a finish.
$46. Rowby-John number 161.
Time is on the side of Little John now. Geldenhuys not really firing in this third leg.
69.
Yeah, despite that little slip from Rowby-John with the last couple of darts, who's well in control of this third leg.
59. Rowby-John number 192.
And this could be the first opportunity. Well, it is the first chance that Rowby-John's had at a double.
60.
2 well thrown darts, but troubling the wrong side of the bottom wire there. He will be back. Geldenhuys
100.
finding a
Rowby-John
ton,
number 32.
but is already putting his mind towards the next leg. Gets a bit awkward, shuffles across,
16.
over adjusts. But again, he'll be back.
I always think for
59.
any player at any
John
tournament, I
number
was just getting that
16.
first leg on the board. That can be the real settler.
Game shot on the
And
third
eventually,
leg. Rowby-John
Rowby-John
Rodriguez.
does find a way of clinching that leg.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he got there in the end. 19 dart leg. It could have been a whole lot fewer than that. They all count the same.
49.
And after firing out the traps, Geldenhuys is just starting to waver.
58.
But Rowby-John can't capitalise this time around.
$100.
Yeah, perhaps for Rowby-John, just not quite as sharp as Johan coming out the traps here in this
59.
first match.
$40.
Geldenhuys has really come off the boil, was averaging 100 after leg 2. We're now midway through the fourth leg and his average has
100.
dipped all the way down to 81.
But potentially the worrying thing for Rodriguez is still hadn't had much of an answer.
99.
When he did get down to a double, took into the 6th attempt to get across the line.
Well, Mervyn King hasn't taken the fly back to the players' room with him, much to the bemusement of Owen Binks, who has clearly been watching a lot of Magnum PI of late.
139.
That's on Rowby-John's case.
97. Rowby-John require
Rowby now
145.
to bring us level. Good start. Good middle. And a brilliant end.
John the fourth.
Rowby-John
Rowby-John Rodriguez.
firing himself back into this match with a sumptuous
Fifth leg against Rowby-John to
145
throw first.
checkout.
Game on.
Heads over. A picture of his child there, giving him some inspiration. Breaks throw and fires straight back in with a max.
180.
Yeah, something's most definitely woken up in Rowby-John Rodriguez. Sometimes
91.
you see players and they do have mementos or things that they go back to the table. But sometimes that's just that little reminder of, you know, why you do what you do.
140.
Just deflecting out of the treble. Do you have anything when you play, in your case?
Nah, not necessarily, not really. I do have
100.
superstitions, but whether you want to delve into them is a different matter.
Oh, I absolutely do.
Well, I think the standard one, I think Chris Dobie was talking about it recently, is,
65.
you know, just the fact that whatever venue you're at, always use the same toilet. Don't know why. Won't change at all.
Yeah, interesting one. He wouldn't have a picture of his kids, though he'd have a
100.
picture of Eddie
Rowby-John
Howe
116.
or something Newcastle related in his case. Rowby-John has put his foot firmly to the accelerator. Stay minor slip of
80.
inconvenience, recovers exceptionally well and is now firmly in charge.
And it kind of goes back to those few missed doubles.
140. Rowby-John
Double 16, double 8. Once he gets across the line, fires in that 145, then kicks off this leg 180, 140. It's just that catalyst that he felt he needed to get going, and since then hasn't looked back.
Sixth leg is Johan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, from 2-0 down, Rowby-John leading 3-2. Geldenhuys has had no reply after a
44.
frankly fantastic opening 2 legs from the South African. Since then, it's all been about
80.
Rowby-John as another dart ends up on the floor.
I think what Rowby-John's done really well since losing those couple of legs is denied
140.
any opportunity at a double. And there was a clear drop-off in the pace from the South African.
96.
But it's Rowby-John, I think, that's just picked up his levels.
$100.
Better from Geldenhuys. The previous 2 visits, just
60.
really keeping himself in this match. Looking to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
87.
Has left the little fish.
$41.
This time Rowby-John
Johan
can't
require
find, so
130.
probability suggests we're going all the way to a last leg shootout. Geldenhuys
98.
just sets it up.
Yeah, sensible play. You can get quite enthralled, kind of just caught up in a moment when you've got to finish like that. But Very sensible, but what a fire back
180.
from Rodriguez.
Johan require 32.
Pressure applied.
Game shot. The
Pressure is for
sixth
tyres,
Johan Geldenhuys.
not for Johan Geldenhuys. We go all the way.
7th and final against
Rowby-John.
Rowby-John to throw first.
Has the
Game
darts.
on.
Geldenhuys still maintaining superb checkout success rate. A perfect one at that.
100.
Yeah, Geldenhuys, his first chance at a double since leg 2, and as you say, he's been immaculate when he's had the opportunity.
55.
Well, looks inviting. He'll want another.
140.
He gets it. Geldenhuys needs 2 trebles minimum of his own, you would think, from here. There's the first of them.
70.
The third goes astray. Advantage, Rowby-John, Rodriguez.
Yeah, and already onto
105.
our first last leg decider of Group A, and I think there's going to be quite a few in this group.
Rowby-John over 156.
Won't go this time, but Geldenhuys
55.
not threatening. Needs a big visit here just to make Rowby-John think about this 101.
100.
That's a big visit, but not big enough.
101.
So once again, opting to just set it up. Will return for tops for the match. Geldenhuys
82.
finds a treble with his
Require
last
40.
start of the visit, but Rowby-John now eyeing tops
Game
and finding
shot out of
tops.
the match.
Rowby-John
Rowby-John
Rodriguez, a debut win here at the Modus Super Series. Johan Geldenhuys absolutely flew out of the boxes. Just couldn't sustain that rich early form. And it was Rowby-John who was inspired with a 145 checkout. A 90 average. Geldenhuys dangerous on the outer ring. Gary Mawson faces Jim Mayer after the break.
Charlie McGuire 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
On that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. Opening victories for Mervyn King and Rowby-John Rodriguez this morning. If you are just joining us, you've missed two very good performances as we see our final two competitors in Group A. We'll be well accustomed to them over the next 3 days. Gary Mawson taking on Jim Mayer. Jim, who is back here after qualifying through the ADC European route, representing Luxembourg. Gary Mawson, bit of a legend, former UK Open finalist, runner-up back in 2008. James Wade, the victor on that occasion. There is real pedigree in Gary Mawson. Has been here before. At the start of this year, in fact, back in Series 10, where he failed to qualify from Group B. That week was won by Sam Spivey, who went on to be runner-up in the whole entire series, losing to Jensen Walker in that final. Jim Mayer was here back in Series 4. Played in Group A, went down to Group C, just failed to qualify for the Saturday night as well. The week on that occasion was won by the Cube, Rennie Idams, who went on to beat Steve Brown in the final on that occasion. So almost set to go here. Now, Laura, you have an interesting theory. A very interesting theory regarding the Live Lounge fly. Do explain.
Well, you have to bear with me with this, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, no, the Live Lounge fly landed on the head of Mervyn King. Mervyn comes through, wins 4-2 over Archie Self, then gave Rowby-John quite a bit of bother up on the stage as well. Rowby wins. Maybe the fly, a bit like that octopus a few years ago, decided to... he's picking the winners.
I can't remember the name of the octopus. It was for the World Cup, wasn't it? They got to choose... or to sort of float towards
Gary to throw
a placard resembling
Game on.
each of the nations in the match. But yeah, it's an interesting theory, and we'll await to see if the Live Lounge fly is akin to Paul the octopus. We have to name the fly as well.
100.
I'll leave that down to you. It was your theory. You get to name the fly.
It's quite a tenuous theory at the moment, isn't it? 2 games in, but let's see how it progresses.
60.
Mawson starting well. Nice level ton to kick off, and
101.
backs that up with one greater. $45.
Yeah, Jim Mayer, a player that I've seen around the, what was the BDO, now WDF circuit. Represented Luxembourg on on more than 3 occasions, 3 World Cups, 3 Europe Cups. Very much an integral part of the Luxembourg team.
140.
Nice visit there. And Gary Mawson, as I mentioned at the top of this match, that fantastic run in the UK Open back in 2008 where he lost to James Wade
60.
11-7 in the final. It could so easily never have happened. In round one, he had to survive a last leg decider against Darren Johnson. Mawson coming out on top 6-5. Then went on to beat Frosty the Throwman, Alex Roy, Mark Lawrence, Mark Dudbridge, who was here the other week, lost in the weekly final to Derek Coulson. Wayne Jones.
125. Jimmy
He beat Raymond van Barneveld in the semi-final 10-8. That is serious pedigree. And he's looking good in the opening leg here.
90. Gary requires 75.
A little bit of pressure applied.
Game shot
Once again,
Gary Mawson.
Pressure is for tyres, Laura. Not for Gary Mawson.
Second leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that list of names that you just went through that Gary Mawson dispatched of in that 2008 version of the UK Open. It's kind of a who's who of, kind of those top players around that time.
Yeah, that would have been peak Mark Dudbridge. Peak Wayne Jones, if you like. Barney off the back of winning the
59.
Worlds. Not too long prior to that. That's not an easy draw to a final in a major.
180.
Great stuff there from Jim Mayer, finding his first maximum of the week.
55.
He'll be looking to make it to Saturday. Who knows beyond that?
56.
Champions Week is looking so exciting. Cannot wait for next week. It's going to be absolute fireworks.
85.
And I've often wondered, the players that qualify for Champions Week towards the back end, as Mayer looks, well, he's looking for treble 17, but yeah, no, these players that play towards the tail end of a series, do they have that little extra bit of an advantage because they haven't had to wait the full kind of 12, 13 weeks to go from winning week one right the way through to Champions Week?
58. Jimmy requires 32.
Double 16 then for Mayer.
Game shot the
Finds it
second leg,
at
Jim
the
Mayer.
first attempt to bring us level at a leg apiece. And yeah, I think you're right, Laura.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Probably utilised that theory as well with Charlie Manby, who was here in an earlier week in the same series. So it was his second bite of the cherry last week and took full advantage. Finds himself a weekly winner into Champions Week, straight into Group A, which is looking stacked to say the least. And he could be one of the favourites come next Monday morning.
180.
Charlie Manby has had success at negotiating, by some level, a Group A stage.
60.
Then again, so is Derek Coulson. So is Tom Sykes.
Very, very true.
In fact, Derek Coulson is still the last person to win Group A and go on to convert that into a weekly win. It hasn't happened so far this series, including Derek's week himself. He had to go to Group B.
85.
Will we finally get a Group A winner into Champions Week in Series 12? It remains to be seen, but Jim Mayer looking really good here.
100.
Averaging over 110. Looking to break the Mawson throw.
$100. Jimmy require 100.
That's two in hand. It's tops the target.
80.
A bit of a smile after that first one dropped low, and that could be a big opportunity missed for Jim Mayer.
Mawson needs the treble. Won't go.
98. Jimmy require 20.
Mayer back then for 2 turns. Goes inside. Could get awkward. Electing to split. Interesting.
16.
Wayward with the double 4.
Gary require 80.
Mawson leaving it slightly awkward himself. Will he split this double 9? You can see he's contemplating it.
Game shot on the
Or just
third,
go straight at it and hit it. Keep it simple.
Full flag is Jim to throw first.
You do have those players, don't you? He's obviously seen what Jim's done before and thought, do I do it? Because it is a more favourable double 8. However, the old school players, they tend to just go straight for it. It's kind of backing yourself, isn't it, to a degree?
Absolutely. No point hanging around.
It's the one thing I've noticed as well with this group so far is the pace. They all seem to be quite complementary in terms of the pace that they all play at. There's no one that's particularly rapid, no one that's particularly methodical in the way that they throw.
180!
Jim Mayer has already racked up 3 180s.
58.
So none of these 6 competitors are for hanging around, which displays all the hallmarks of what could shape up to be an absolute cracker of a Group A.
97.
But as you mentioned previously, it's not necessarily always about how you start, it's about how you finish. And for me, I think the key factor of this group is we can see the standards that all these players can play at. It's the maintenance, it's being able to consistently perform at this level.
Yeah, we saw that in the previous match. Johan Geldenhuys,
128.
fantastic on the outer ring. Tremendous power scoring in the early stages, just couldn't sustain it, and Rowby-John took full advantage. Jim Mayer's scoring has been sublime.
36.
Decent enough guide.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
full
did its
flag, Jim
job.
Mayer.
That was much better finishing from Mayer. Brings us back level.
Full flag, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Well, so far everything going with throw, and you just have to wonder how important and how costly might those opportunities that Mayer had in the previous leg. Missed 5 at a double to break Gary Mawson.
58.
I'm pretty sure the live lounge flies just landed on me.
100.
Does that mean I'm going to win in local league tonight?
Well, if you do, then it's definitely true. This theory works.
$60.
Still haven't named it yet. I'm gonna name it Freddie. Freddie Fly.
40.
Mawson finding his first maximum. Mayer fighting back.
100.
The census is a bit of a crucial leg for both. Mawson needs to hold Mayer. Senses half an opportunity to potentially break and then serve this one out.
38.
He senses a bigger opportunity now.
Big slip because Mayer has been afforded 6 starts now from 2-2-1. It was a really inviting first start.
100.
And a great find with the last, because that second dart could have acted as a bit of a blocker.
Options for Mawson.
133. Jimmy require 81.
Just about avoided the treble 13. Now Mayer for the break needs the ball.
50.
Didn't really threaten
Gary requires
Mawson.
32.
Has been afforded the opportunity now for a crucial hold of throw.
It was great setup play, the 1-3-3 to leave the 32,
Game
and that is pinned for a 17-dart holder throw. And again, although it was just the 1-dart ball this time, it was another break opportunity that just saw Jim Mayer go begging.
$44. $84. $140.
Strong scoring continuing from Mayer.
And there's a 15-point golf when you look at the averages. It's still over 100 for Jim Mayer. Gary Mawson around the 85, 86 mark, but it's all about that scoreline, and it is Mawson that's in control.
60.
Mawson looking to just sit that one on top exactly like that. Can the third follow? Yes, it can. He's jumped all over that poor previous visit from Mayer, who is fighting back with a plum, looking to fill it up for a fourth time.
Yeah, Jim Mayer's produced some big scores.
100.
He's worked hard to get the opportunities at the back end of legs. It's been okay so far on throw. And a start at tops for 3 apiece. And no problem once again. 77 pinned. And we go to another last leg decider. Did say earlier, thought it might go this way in this afternoon session.
Game on.
You did, you called it. And we head all the way for the second time in our opening 3 matches. Mawson with the darts. Nice level ton to kick-start it. What can Mayer find? His scoring has been sublime.
85.
Yeah, a bit of a grimace there from Jim Mayer, because that first dart was very inviting indeed. Took a bit of a deflection with the second, but the last dart dragged way low.
85.
It's a good pick off from Mawson with the last.
100.
Keeps him in check. Nothing to split these two players after 6 darts in the deciding leg. Mawson, what a time to find a max.
180.
Mayer's already found 4. That was a second for Gary Mawson. After that first dart, I thought it was going to be number 5, but it's actually a 5th 140.
Following that maximum, Mawson has been afforded 6 from this 136. It's not in, Gary. You've got to shuffle across and find it from a different angle.
60.
Unlucky not to do so. Half a chance for Jim Mayer.
$121.
That
Gary
keeps him interested.
76.
Mawson may well only have the 1 for the match, but with that treble, we'll now have 2. He only needed 1 anyway. The timing of Gary Mawson in that last leg decider has seen him beat Jim Mayer, who scored beautifully. And this Group A is coming to the boil nicely. And it's only 10:30 in the morning. Gary Mawson running out the winner there. She had 6 180s in 7 legs. Jim Mayer averaged over a ton, but still didn't win. After the break, it's Mervyn King, Rowby-John.
double 16 to become the tour champion. To enter fairy tale year of return of the title, double four. WADC Windmill Championship Tour winner, Gemma Hayton! 100 now.
But that is a visit of a champion. For a chance nonetheless, this will be the first topper of the Championship Tour finals.
She has double 19, Shanghai in the 19s. And she does so.
Game started.
But she only needed the one.
Gemma Hayton. Of ADC Global Champion, the African Warrior, Devon Peterson!
It is almost time then for the ADC Global Championships. It gets underway on the 1st of December. Chaz Barstow and Sean Holly, the latest two, have qualified. And don't forget as well, the WADC Tour Grand Final. That is on Saturday. Gemma Hayter, Lisa Ashton, Steph Clark, all in action from 12:30 Saturday afternoon before finals night here at the Modus Super Series. It's all live and free on Pluto TV. As we now turn our attentions back to the action on stage in a match we are more than well accustomed to. These two regulars on the PDC Tour in years gone by. Mervyn King against Rowby-John Rodriguez, both victors in their opening round of matches. Mervyn King a 4-2 winner over Archie Self. Rowby-John Rodriguez a 4-3 winner over Johan Geldenhuys. Well, there's not much we don't know about these two.
First leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
So as Owen Binks gets us underway, Mervyn has the darts in the opening leg. And again, Laura, this should be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, we've been treated to 3 really good matches to start off.
100.
All bar one going the distance, as you mentioned. Yeah, this is an intriguing one for me. The last time these two met was back in 2024. Actually, Mervyn's won the last 5 out of their 6 meetings. You have to go back to 2021 when Rowby-John last beat Mervyn King, but he's going to have a few attempts at it this week, at least 3 in Group 8.
60.
From a player's perspective then, just how aware are you of your head-to-head record when coming into these sort of scenarios?
I don't think you don't necessarily know the exact number because you kind of play so many people, but you will probably be aware that you've lost more times than you've won. And I think sometimes that's the main thing. And do you think it might go back to the fact that you said Mervyn King, when he played Archie Self, just likes to put these just likes to let these youngsters know that he can still mix it with the very best. And I wonder if it's the same kind of thing with Rowby-John.
Well, Rowby-John's not a youngster anymore. 31. Still think of him as a 22-year-old prospect almost, but he's pretty much graced every stage this sport has to offer as Rowby-John Rodriguez. But again, in his previous match, just a bit slow
85.
out of the starting stalls. Here's Little John. Mervyn King needs no second invitation ahead of this 1-4-4. Shade unlucky not to get a dart at double. Rodriguez well behind.
Yeah, as you say, for Rowby-John just took that little bit
Mervyn, you require 48.
of time to get going. But once he got going, really didn't look back.
Game shot on the
And he's not hanging around again here. The King means business.
Second leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first. Game on.
Just an opening hold using just 14 darts.
57.
This is following a similar pattern, though, for Rowby-John. The opening 2 legs, he was dominated by his opponent, but then really got himself going after that, not least with that 145 checkout. Need to find something similar, but may not be afforded the same sort of opportunities against the quality of Mervyn King.
140.
I often wonder as well for the players that come through via Group A how important it is to have those couple of days off, and actually how important it is to manage those couple of days off if you do get an automatic place through to Saturday's finals via this particular group. Maybe goes back to that theory of, well, what's actually happened this whole series is anyone that's won Group A has not gone on to actually win the entirety of the week.
Can the curse of Group A finally be lifted right before Champions Week?
Well, arguably the bookies' favourites coming into this week. 3 of them all sat at the top come from Group A.
$99.
This is better from Rowby.
170.
Much better.
128.
All of a sudden, there's real pressure on this 128. King thought he was cruising. Another. Or he went over to the 14s.
88.
He knew it was close, did Merv. Rowby earned himself this opportunity back at the right-hand side and pings the double 6 at the first time of asking.
Third leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
Looking nonplussed. $92.
Yeah, Mervyn King, one of those players, isn't he, that features in a few memes based on the facial expressions that he has.
Really?
Just a few.
83.
Yeah, the old adage of don't let your opponent know how you're feeling, don't give anything away. That's wasted on our Merv.
137.
I've referenced it before, but there are often some players at the Super Series I'd love to have a game of poker with because poker faces do not come into play.
140.
Well, with Champions Week on the horizon, Mervyn King has experience of that week. Nay, Champions Night, of course, back in Series 10. He got to Champions Night, went out on the group stage on the Saturday, losing out to Scott Campbell, who narrowly denied a weekly win against Charlie Manby just 2 days ago, and also Derek Coulson was in his group. Both of those lost out in their respective semi-finals on that occasion.
140. Rowby-John Rick 138.
The 138 would have been for a break.
$43. Mervyn, you require 88.
Couldn't take advantage then. And King, 88. Just for a hold of throw. Wasn't interested in the treble. Was interested in the ball.
Rowby-John require 95.
Again, not a bad effort by any stretch of the imagination. Rodriguez, a potentially awkward 95. Straight at it. Shuffles across. for a break. Oh, superb, Rowby-John Rodriguez.
Rowby-John Rodriguez.
He leads Mervyn King 2-1 with that all-important break.
Full flag gets Rowby-John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, again, it's another great response.
$54.
So King has a chance straight away as Rodriguez starts
59.
this leg without a business treble. King can't find one himself, and Rodriguez now back in the big time.
180.
Yeah, Rowby-John finding that first maximum of the match.
60. $88.
Again, after a relatively slow start, Rowby-John has fired into gear and is well in control, and
57.
bit of frustration from Mervyn King. Such an expressionful face. That's what we love about him.
99.
Yeah, Mervyn King was almost in cruise control against Archie self, but already just showing some early signs of frustration because once again, Rowby-John's really got him on the back foot. Leg number 4 looking likely to go the way of Rodriguez.
Game shot on
And the finishing once again is the theme that's gone throughout today so far. 3 from 4 for Rodriguez. 1 from 2 from Mervyn King. He hasn't done a great deal wrong. It's just Rowby-John's just up the scoring power.
100.
So both players sharing ton starts in leg 5.
58. $44.
Wasn't able to punish the trebleless visit by Mervyn King.
100.
Rowby-John opting to stay up for that one.
54.
And then switches with his third, but neither really worked out for him, and King looking to stretch away
59.
in this leg. Can't really do so. Still in charge should Rodriguez not find a couple of big trebles.
57.
Which he can't do, so it's got a bit scrappy all of a sudden.
And that first start, frustrating for Mervyn King. Has to move across the oche because it really has blocked the bed. You do have players that will persist, wants to stay at the top of the board.
$56. Mervyn, you require 124.
So doesn't have to go. Will he?
99.
He went for it. He troubled it. Just couldn't quite find it. King will be back for 25 to reduce the deficit.
100. Mervyn, you require 25.
Options then for Merv. Goes the formal route. Come on, he says.
Game
Yeah, it went all right.
King.
King back in this one. But again, just a hold for Mervyn. And Rowby-John can serve this one out. Eyeing a 4-2 win. A big 4-2 win, potentially.
And potentially a big start here for Rodriguez.
140.
Freddie's back. Oh, teamwork there. Leave Freddie alone. What is going on? So, as I file a complaint with the RSPCA.
Oh, for me, it was the face of Rowby-John there when he
100.
But is that a sign? Is that the sign? Mervyn King, he landed on Mervyn. He just happened to be caught by Rowby-John.
85.
Maybe the Fly's just a really massive Mervyn King fan. I mean, who can blame it? Probably isn't now after the attempt on the Fly. It was great to see a bit of teamwork on stage, nevertheless.
$56.
A loose visit there for Rodriguez. King looking to stay there and
97.
just goes in the wrong bed.
He's still there or thereabouts, waiting to pounce should Rodriguez falter.
100.
But there's no sign of Little John faltering. Returns for the match.
58.
80 points away then.
John require 80.
Mervyn King didn't find a treble of his own and he's taken it out already. And he's done it again to wrap up a huge 4-2 win. Rowby-John Rodriguez on debut here at the Modus Super Series is a perfect 2 out of 2. He defeats Mervyn King, but the pair work together to destroy the Fly on stage as well. Eventful, if nothing else. But Rowby-John there, once again averaging over 80% on the outer ring. The highlight, a potentially awkward 95 checkout made to look easy. Archie Self is back. The birthday boy returns after the break.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
Requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
ask, and Jimmy Van Ski do the same. Just needs the one treble here on the 19s, finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith!
Welcome back. Rowby-John Rodriguez, the early pace setter here on Monday morning in Group A. Now we see a meeting between two sort of unlucky losers, I suppose, from the first round of matches. Both played with immense credit in their opening defeat. Archie Self, 16 years of age today, the youngest ever competitor here at the Modus Super Series. The reigning Lakeside Boys champion, 4-2 defeat against Mervyn King with a average just shy of 93. He takes on Luxembourg's Jim Mayer, who averaged 102.5 in his opening match. He went down 4-3 to Gary Mawson. So someone's always got to go. The question is, Laura Turner, whose will it be?
Yeah, based on the performances from both players in that opening round, it's a tough one to call. Jim Mayer, as you said, over 102, highest average that we've seen from the day. And he was 3 from 9 on the doubles. It was just the timing of those missed doubles because he had chances to break, but couldn't quite do it. But yeah, every game so far, 4-2s or 4-3s. The group is looking quite tight from the off.
$120.
Unlucky there for Self. Owen Binks once again ruling with an iron fist.
39.
Well, it was a second consecutive attempt at the max, and this time it goes for Archie Self, and in a really commanding position to break the opening leg.
100. Archie require 101.
Yeah, both these players showed immense scoring prowess. And Self, they're looking for a ton plus checkout to start this match.
First leg. Archie Self.
And what a start it is. 12 dart break of throw. It was a tough opening match against Mervyn King. A daunting prospect making your debut at the Super Series, but he's had the sighter. And the young man really impressing.
140.
Jim Mayer, 4 180s in his opening match. Once again finding himself behind.
180.
Second max already for Archie Self, and it's worth noting he's an ADC qualifier, and he qualified a little while back to
95.
Play here at the Super Series. If his birthday actually hadn't have fallen today, we wouldn't have seen him here in 2025. He would have had to wait until next year. So
121.
Sometimes, do these things happen for a reason? The stars aligning for Archie Self, because I tell you what, his darts most certainly are aligning at the moment.
99.
Well, it would have potentially begged the question, would we have seen him here at all? He goes on to Q School, playing like this.
Archie Self.
What a start this is.
So leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Archie Self. Look at that average. 130 and change. Jim Mayer's wondering just what he's got to do to win a leg.
Yeah, as you see that leg by leg, 11 and 12, and Archie Self back in once again. It's a third maximum, it's the third leg. I'm not sure Archie was too impressed that he lost that opening match.
Well, what a way
100.
to come back from this. Dare we look at the highest average record?
140.
If this carries on, we may well have to. Archie Self, what a performance this is turning into.
134.
Sticking to the task. This 16-year-old Southpaw
100.
has left himself 81 after just 9 darts thrown in leg 3. He is not hanging around. He must have a table booked somewhere for his birthday.
59. Archie
Well, this is
requires
definitely
81.
some way to bounce back from the disappointment of losing that opener. Had a quick look over, but it's the ball.
38.
And it's the first miss at a
Junior
double
require
for
150.
Archie.
Well, that takes his average down to a pedestrian 125. Meanwhile, Jim Mayer needs double 18. Why is it for a 150?
Archie required 43.
To tidy up then. There was pressure on it.
Game shown the
But
third
once again,
leg. Archie Self.
no pressure is being felt so far on that stage this morning.
Full
3
leg,
legs
it's Archie
in,
to
Archie
throw
Self is
first.
averaging 121.86. The record is 122.69.
140.
Archie Self is on course.
Yeah, you daren't mention things like records so early on in a match, but as you can see, they're 123.23. We are in leg 4, and again kicking off with a 2 treble visit, but a slip.
41.
Well, it's not completely down and out in terms of record breaking, but nevertheless, just winning the match is something that Archie Self would have been planning on achieving. Never mind record breaking averages. It was a blistering start,
134.
and it's still maintaining an incredible performance.
$58.
Jim Mayer
60.
averaging 85 himself. Has just had 1 dart to win a leg, and that was for a 150.
100. Archie require 126.
Can Self wrap it up from here? Not this time, so
86.
should he go on to win the match, it won't be a record breaker. It'll just be a sterling performance.
Jim Mayer still trying to apply the pressure, but it's Archie Self here
Require 40.
for a 4-0 victory.
20. Jimmy
Just a
require
half
100.
chance now for Mayer. Match starts have come and gone. Can Mayer keep us going? Double 10.
Game shown the 4.
He's on the board.
Jim Mayer.
He's stuck to it nicely.
To throw first. Game.
And when it's all said and done, that was a breaker throw.
Break a throw, ton plus checkout required to achieve it as well. I should say Jim Mayer, his first couple of games, he's just been right up against it. We mentioned that 4-3 defeat at the hands of Gary Mawson. He averaged over 102, had 4 maximums in that match. Maximum hitting for Mayer, though,
40.
hasn't been prevalent at all in this match. It's Archie Self with 3 to his name.
$60. $100.
Nice level ton there from Self after a bit of a soft opening visit.
And you would know as a player that you can feel this is going really well. This is, you want to keep maintaining it, but sometimes you just take your foot off the gas, the adrenaline, you can't manufacture it.
58.
And after the blistering opening 3 legs, where we mentioned at one point averaging over 130, it's still very good. It's still over 102,
100.
but has been a distinct drop in the levels from Self in the last couple of legs.
171.
And just like that, the pedal is down to the metal once more.
They call that the curse of the commentator, right? Yeah.
Archie require 132.
He's mugged you right off there. Self then, treble 19.
60.
Meanwhile,
Jimmy require 96.
Jim Mayer has just kept plugging away, chipping away, and could narrow the deficit even further. Double 9.
87.
That's an opportunity.
Archie requires 72.
That could well prove costly. Self now staying there, looking once again at tops, and this time finds it. Archie Self, what a performance that was. Absolutely spectacular in the early stages. Goes on to win by 4 legs to 1. Credit to Jim Mayer once again. Applied himself very well in defeat, but that match was all about Archie Self. 102 and change in the averages, 50% on the outer ring as well. Absolutely superb. Geldenhuys Mawson coming up after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. You join us on the opening day of Group A, match number 6 in the session. Johan Geldenhuys there of South Africa taking on Gary Mawson, who was a victor in his opening match by the narrowest of margins, 4-3 success over Jim Mayer, who we saw again before the break in defeat once again, unfortunately for Jim, but Archie Self, what a performance that was. In a 4-1 win, 102 average, 3-180s, 50% on the doubles, including a ton plus checkout to boot. Now Geldenhuys, in his opening match, started like an absolute rocket, but then struggled to maintain that form. It'll be interesting to see what he can do this time around. He's followed a similar pattern, flying out of the traps.
We really have been treated to some fabulous matches so far in Group 8. And that they're the first maximum for Geldenhuys, but I agree with you. I think it's just about that maintenance, because the one thing Gary Mawson did so well, because he was in a real battle with Jim Mayer. Jim Mayer was relentless at the treble 20 hitting, but 4 from 5 on the outer ring, some good kind of small combination finishes, averaging just under 90, and that's the consistency you're looking for.
$59.
Yeah, Mawson. The difference in that victory was that maximum in
96.
that last leg shootout. The timing of it to leave a finish, which Jim Mayer couldn't do. I mean, when Jim Mayer came off the stage, he still had the highest average of the session so far, 102.5. It was greater than what he just faced against young Archie Self. Still has nothing to show for it, but Geldenhuys looking good here in the opening leg, like he did against Rowby-John. Mawson waiting on a level ton. Geldenhuys one in hand at tops, and that is all he needed. That was clinical from Geldenhuys.
So far this morning, Geldenhuys has not missed a dart at double. Obviously a stat that we would expect not to continue, but he's had 4 darts at the outer ring, converted all of them.
24.
A bit of a sloppy opening visit there from Mawson. Geldenhuys really looking to make him pay.
140.
Punished with a 2 treble visit. Mawson already just on the back foot here. And that's another slip that recovers well with the last.
Geldenhuys, the 2024 African Continental Tour Grand Final winner. That's what earned him the honour of representing South Africa at the PDC World Cup of Darts. So much blossoming talent, as you mentioned earlier, Laura, coming from Africa, now led in previous years by Devon Peterson, the reigning ADC Global Champion.
77.
Peterson again was representing South Africa in the World Cup that you mentioned. Geldenhuys was in previously, but this year
42.
alongside Cameron Carolison. And Carolison a couple of times at the Worlds as well, but the last outing I thought he looked mightily impressive, and another talent just to keep your eye on.
135.
Great to see the international players here. Really enjoyed the other week seeing Tomoya Goto here as well. He was mightily unfortunate not to make it to the Saturday.
100.
Geldenhuys
Johan requires 64.
once again looking good in the opening few legs. Didn't need to hit the double that time. Well, that's made him have to shuffle across. It's got tricky, and for the first time misses a dart at double when he needed to hit it. Well, I say need. Mawson's back on 191.
If you're going to miss, let's at least make it not too costly, but you still got to find it.
100. Johan requires 16.
Attention turns to double two.
Game
He
shot the
finds it.
second leg.
Just
Johan
where
Geldenhuys.
Mawson thought he was going to have a chance at 91.
So that gets Johan to throw
Geldenhuys
first.
finds it
Game.
with the final dart in hand to break throw. Now, can he sustain the good early form shown this time around?
Well, that is the question, because this was the position that he was in against
140.
Rodriguez. Raced into that 2-0 lead. Denied Rodriguez a chance at a double. Has done exactly the same here to Gary Mawson.
125.
We were speaking earlier about Gary Mawson's running the UK Open way back when. Back in 1999, Gary Mawson got to the last 16 of the PDC World
46.
Championships. And in the same year, got to the same stage of the World Match Play as well. There's not much Gary Mawson hasn't seen in this game.
80.
And we talked about players coming through from the African nations, and we've had, as mentioned, quite a few here now at the Super Series. But again, the USA and Canada with the CDC and the development that we've seen there over the years as well. I think they're just waiting for, especially the US, just that next really big name to go really deep into a World Championships. I think that's normally the catalyst for a country or an area to kind of stand up and take a little bit more notice, because steel tip darts in the US is absolutely booming.
45.
Absolutely. How many gold events in the WDF is stateside now?
Yeah, I've been informed already that my husband will be going back over to Las Vegas in January whilst I stay at home and look after the kids.
59. Johan, you're
You got the raw end of the deal there.
3rd year running.
That's not on. But what could be on is a 130. The little fishy.
94.
Good leave.
Yeah, if you're going to miss, then it's a happy accident in the end. It felt like a bit of a mild attempt at the ball.
85.
So Geldenhuys
And require 36.
4-3-0. It's been one-way traffic so far in this international affair, and Geldenhuys is now one leg away from his opening victory of the week.
To throw first. Game on.
Well, you don't get to go to Las
96.
Vegas, but you did get to go to South Korea.
Oh, I know it swings and roundabouts.
See your pairs partner in action here at the Live Lounge Saturday afternoon, Steph Clark.
100.
Yeah, she's got a tough opener, and the reigning champion, Gemma Hayter.
Yeah, Gemma's been in flying form this year, hasn't she?
140.
Another success at the weekend on the ADCs.
Yeah, she's just reached new levels since returning. Obviously had that hiatus from the sport
100.
for quite a few years, and brought back by the Luke Littler effect.
Yes, the world number one, two-time
46.
series champion here at the Modus Super Series. Well, that record could well go, especially if Jensen Walker wins Champions Week next week. He could join Littler on 2 series titles, as Geldenhuys is now just 121 points away from a whitewash win.
97.
Mawson against Mayer had a perfectly timed maximum. It's now Geldenhuys with his perfectly timed max. 1-2-1 for a 4-0 victory.
Now, wrong bed. It gets a little bit awkward, but he's navigated it safely.
122.
For now, at least. Should Mawson not take out this 1-2-2, which he won't. So Geldenhuys eyeing double 8.
36.
He's been superb on the outer ring all morning. Decent enough guide. Down the barrel, over adjusts. 2 4s. Why is it? And that fantastic form on the outer ring has eluded Geldenhuys when it mattered most.
3 match darts for a 4-0 win have come and gone. So Mawson for 86. And it's another slip with the first. It's not disastrous, but that is
34. Johan, you require 8.
This time then for Johan. That was wild.
4.
And that was wayward.
Require 52.
How often do we say that last start, that one to get across the line is always the hardest. 6 match darts that Gary Mawson has had to navigate. He's got 1 in hand, double 10.
32.
And it's misses for Mawson too.
Require 4.
A real reprieve for Geldenhuys. Mawson should be thinking it's 3-1, but instead it's 4-0 Geldenhuys. The Great White Shark is up and running at the Super Series this week. A whitewash success over Gary Mawson. And an 88 average to boot. He was fantastic on the outer ring up until the closing stages, which has put pay to that percentage rate. But after the break, the King returns.
Charlie McGuire 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Archie with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
So let's see how things are shaping up on the opening session of Group A in the final week of Series 12 before Champions Week gets underway next week. Mervyn King started the day off with a 4-2 win over Archie Self, who fired back with a 4-1 win of his own over Jim Mayer, averaging 102. Rowby-John Rodriguez, the early pace setter though, beating King himself and sitting atop of the table on a perfect 4 point, 2 wins out of 2. Johan Geldenhuys leading the chasing pack on leg difference with that whitewash win over Gary Mawson. And Jim Mayer has the highest average of the session so far, but he's bottom of the table without a win. Nothing is won on a Monday morning, but it's certainly been a fantastic session so far as we see Mervyn King back on stage along with Jim Mayer.
First leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
102.58 Mayer averaged in his opening match, which was a 4-3 loss to Gary Mawson. Merv started the day off with a bang with a 95 average of his own
100
against Archie Self, but just came off the boil a little bit against Rowby-John. Has to have a bit of a reaction in this one, you would think, Laura.
Yeah, I feel, although it's still
95.
early in terms of Group A, I feel this is already an important one for both these players as to perhaps just where the rest of their day is going to go, because, as you mentioned, Jim Mayer yet to pick up a win, but has put in a couple of real solid performances. So for him, he doesn't want to be languishing after 3 matches at the bottom of that table on no points whatsoever. But for King, it's about that bounce back, how quickly you can get back into the winning ways.
$140.
Solid opening leg from Mervyn, leaving a finish after just 9 thrown.
58.
Mayer not quite able to match him. Looking at 17s. And you know, if that treble 17, he would have gone for it.
Almost certainly. Jim Mayer
94.
does well with the last start, but it could be all academic. King looking at 64 for that opening leg.
Game shot in the first leg.
Neat and tidy from the King.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Once again, Jim Mayer finds himself behind and starting to feel sorry for him a little bit. He's played really well.
And he continues to play really well. And I think when you're in that position and you're in a group such as this Group A, you've just got to think to yourself, just keep going, maintain it, keep doing the same things, and then you would expect the wins to come.
That was his 5th 180 of the morning so far.
96.
Again, long week ahead of these players. Only the group winner goes straight into finals night on Saturday, having the luxury of 2 days off.
And I do wonder sometimes how important those 2 days off are for some players, because there isn't another environment that I can really think of where you would play so many games over so many days. So you have to be prepared potentially to be playing all 6 days. If you can't get out of Group A, you'll end up in Group B or Group C. And if you get through there, you're here on Saturday. It's a lot of darts.
60.
Yeah, some players love to have that time off. Others prefer to play for the entirety of the week.
100.
We have known it, haven't we, that you get some players that decide they'll going to go off and find another tournament whilst they've got those couple of days off. So it very much is personal preference.
57. Jimmy requires 67.
Or 6-7, as my children would say.
Mine too.
I don't get it, but I understand that.
Jim Mayer.
6-7.
Third leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
And Mayer is on the board.
It's more fun if you say it back to your kids because they look at you and go, how do you even know what that is? And I'm like, yeah, I'm down with the kids. And as soon as I say that, I realise I'm really not down with anything.
Well, I helped coach my son's
55.
football team on a Sunday, and that did come out yesterday. And yeah, they all look at you agog thinking, how do you know this? And the truth is, I don't know it. I've just heard my children say it.
When I actually had to explain to them yesterday that being at 6s and 7s meant you were slightly confused, and they're like, I was like, this is old. this version of it that I know is old.
$50.
You know exactly what Mervyn King is thinking at any given moment. Mayer
100.
again showing a bit of frustration. It was a good level ton. He's ahead in the leg, briefly at least. Mervyn King has come back fighting.
138.
I think the frustration for Jim on a couple of occasions has come when he's got that first dart really right, but hasn't been able to follow him back in.
96.
And again, that one,
Mervyn,
the
you
first is
require
low, forces the
170.
switch, but does leave a finish. But it's King for the big fish.
100.
Well, it came off the hook.
Jimmy require 154.
He will return to attempt to go 2-1 up. Mayer can't find a
93.
show-stopping
Mervyn
finish of his own on this occasion. There is a decent amount of pressure applied on this 70. That's a good way of starting about the task. Has to move right the way across.
54.
Opened up the bed and
Jimmy requires
couldn't quite
61.
find.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're forced to move. Can't always make that adjustment. And too good for Mayer in the ball, but it's one dart. And that dart is double 4. Just the wrong side of the wire. And we've seen that a few times. It's the timing that's been off for Jim Mayer so far this morning.
That was a let-off for King. Once again, has to shuffle and shimmy his way across. How did that not go in?
No
How did
score.
that not go in?
Jimmy require 4.
Another break chance. Just wants to pop it above and
shot
does.
the third,
And Jim
Jim
Mayer
Mayer.
does find a breaker throw.
Full
And
flag,
he's
it's Jim
deserved
to
a
throw
slice of luck.
first. Game on.
There's Jim Mayer. Now he has to make the most of it to capitalise on an uncharacteristic slip from Mervyn King.
150.
Jim Mayer's opening match against Gary Mawson missed 6 darts at a double, but those darts were missed when it was a break opportunity, and I think that was key.
70.
This time the timing was right, but only by way of a let-off from Mervyn King.
$100.
After a bit of
140.
tack readjustment from the King, fires back in with a 2-treble visit. Surely has to find a treble,
100.
and did so. The King can find another.
137.
There's an outside chance for the King here. Mayer will fancy 6 from 186, but that may well not be the case.
81. Mervyn, you require 154.
There's the first part done. Can't find the 54, so Jim Mayer back 105 for a holder throw, but to go within one of a win. A win that so far eluded him today.
89. Mervyn, you require 56.
King gets a reprieve and to bring us level. And an immediate break back. No messing on the doubles this time from Mervyn.
Fifth leg, it's Mervyn.
It was a break, Merv.
Game on.
In my mind, Merv is saying, I did this before. I did this in the last match. I'm just not sure if I'm throwing first or second.
Maybe he was just waiting for the fly to land on his head again.
140.
To be fair, Freddie the Fly has not been seen since that encounter between King and Rodriguez.
Sad to see. Well, this is great to see.
140.
Maybe the fly was just in pre-season training ahead of Ali Pali. King now back in control of this match.
99.
Mayer couldn't quite hit the gas when edging ahead, although
130.
signs of life once again
122.
from the man from Luxembourg, but King here will have 6 minimum.
— 60 left, so we will be back up the top.
82.
When you do slip and you don't hit what you're going for, you do sometimes need just that extra pause to just work
56.
out exactly what's left and what is the best route. And ultimately, it ended up being good setup play for Mervyn King.
Game shot
And
the
it's a
fifth
good
leg,
finish as
Mervyn
well.
King.
Yeah, the good setup play was converted into a
Sixth
winning leg.
it's Jim to throw first.
And from
Game
2-1 down, Mervyn King finds himself 3-2 up. Mayer coming off the boil at the worst possible time.
91. $140.
And since Mervyn lost the leg that he arguably should have won, missing a hatful of attempts at double, he's almost sort of
100.
burst back into life. He's now back averaging mid-90s from a bit of a lackadaisical start. This is much, much better. This is
131.
magic stuff from the King.
Yeah, 2 consecutive 2 treble visits from Mervyn King, and Jim Mayer still battling on.
100.
But as you say, it's King that's upped the game. It's Mayer that's dropped off the pace. And he's back in again.
100.
Yeah, this is really good now for Mervyn King. Once again, Mayer is left reeling, but that was
Mervyn,
an act of defiance, if nothing else, from Jim Mayer. Mervyn missing the big number. Mayer just nodding to himself in the background. He's going to get a chance to take us all the way.
And you get the feeling he needs to take it now. He's got 2 darts in hand, 8 the target. Should be a good guide for Jim.
54. Mervyn, you require 46.
Can't find the 8, which is something Mervyn King failed to do earlier on in the match. But now Mervyn King, a second match start, once again has to move all the way across. Isn't entirely chuffed at the prospect of doing so, but this time finds it at a crucial moment. Mervyn King pings the 16 to beat Jim Mayer. What has Jim got to do to win a match this morning? But it's the King who's now 2 out of 3. Good performance from Mervyn in the end, despite hitting a bit of adversity mid-match. He was 2-1 down, but he's reeled off 3 consecutive legs to win handsomely. More after the break. Welcome back. The action back on stage. We see our early pace setter in Group A. That man there, Little John. Rowby-John Rodriguez facing Gary Mawson, who's been a bit in and out so far this morning, I think it's fair to say. Won his opening match against Jim Mayer, who Gary survived 102.5 average, 4 180s from Mayer against him, but got the win. Then followed that in with a 4-0 loss to Johan Geldenhuys, and
First leg, it's Rowby-John.
Gary wouldn't have been overly chuffed with his performance in that one, looking to really bounce back and get back into the winner's enclosure. But Rowby-John on debut here at the Super Series this week has been going from strength to strength. Although, if you were to nitpick, Laura, you'd say he'd been starting his matches a little bit slowly, as he has done there again.
Yep, I was going to say exactly that, because he has found himself on the back foot both his opening matches, but just something sparks him into life. As you say, if he can just make that slightly stronger start, then I think he's going to have the rest of the field worried.
$43.
Mervyn King also joins Rodriguez on 4 points. Obviously played one more game than Rowby-John.
41.
But arguably it's been a day of, or a morning so far, of two halves for Mawson, because he looked very much in control when he was playing Jim Mayer. Went out that 4-3 winner, but 4 out of 5 on the doubles. Everything was just clicking, but then nothing was clicking in that loss to Geldenhuys.
I suppose it's sort of going the way that the bookmakers suggested it would do. Mervyn King,
97.
the favourite for the week this morning, early doors, and followed in by Rowby-John and Archie Self, who is up next, coming off the back of a blistering performance. Absolutely superb
40.
in his previous win. It's just interesting that, Laura, you can see
99.
next time Gary comes and throws, he almost keeps... Is that chalk on his non-throwing hand?
Yeah, it did look like a stick of chalk.
59. Gary, you require 164.
We'll take a look at that in the next leg. Mawson is first to a finish.
60.
Rowby-John with work to do in this opener. It's on his throw as well, so real good early opportunity for Mawson.
99. Gary, you require 104.
Treble, single, double combination required. There's the single. Can't quite find the treble on this occasion.
44. Rowby-John, you require 104.
Well, it's a chance for a hold here for Rodriguez. It's a long range chance.
$100. Gary, requires 60.
So hits a level ton. We'll be back for tops. Should Mawson falter, tops the target of his own. Double 10.
50. Rowby-John, you require
Wrong
40.
side of the wire. So this has been a bit of a let off. Well, I say a bit off. This has been a big let off for Rowby-John. Tops required.
Game shown.
Tops is found.
Rowby-John Rodriguez.
Massive opportunity for Mawson.
Second leg, it's
It's
Gary
gone
to
begging.
throw first. Game on.
Once again, Rowby-John just going to that picture, the key ring of his child.
140.
So many superstitions, lucky trinkets. I was wondering if we can see the
41.
chalk in the non-throwing hand this time on Mawson. You can see it just there at the back of his dart. Great big stick of chalk.
And I do wonder, because I
100.
can't really see that he's actually using that for grip purposes. But what you do tend to have when you're overplaying in the US and in Canada, they do basically chalk and walk. So when you're playing in these tournaments, you actually self-chalk your matches, which is fine if you're using, you know, an automated board or an iPad. But actually, for a lot of players, that would be either a whiteboard pen. You get used to holding it in your hand because you're just going up there and walking. And I've seen it from a few players that even if there's an iPad up there, they've still got that extra thing in their hand because they're used to it. I could be totally wrong as well, but I have heard and seen this from other players.
Force of habit then.
137.
Dart players are funny creatures.
$140.
Real nice visit though there from Mawson. And once again, Rowby-John under a bit of pressure in the scoring stakes. Mawson
40. Gary
needing
requires
to improve
76.
the success rate on the outer ring if he's going to trouble Rowby-John in this match. Tops once again.
56.
And once again, going low.
It was a little bit of a panicked look over to the scoreboard just to double check what Rowby-John was on. So Mawson, knowing he'll be back,
77. Gary required 20.
he doesn't want to give Rodriguez any extra chances. And he doesn't.
On the second
Takes
leg,
it cleanly
Gary
in the end.
Third leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first. Game
Well, it's just a hold, though. We'll need that all-important breaker throw should Mawson take victory in this match.
57.
Rowby-John really, well, we said he was starting slow, but this is very slow.
Well off the pace, but it's Mawson now looking to exploit the fact that Rowby-John just isn't playing like we've seen him play so far today. Yes, we've seen him have those slow starts, and he kind of got away with that opening leg in this match. But the fly is back.
Freddie lives.
58.
Be plotting revenge on Rowby-John and Mervyn King following that earlier incident.
$140.
Yeah, that fifth one was in, and this has been an electric start to this third leg from Mawson.
56.
Well, Mawson arguably has been in control of every single leg. There was a couple of slips in the opener, which meant Rodriguez was able to exploit the missed chances, but there's over a 20-point gap in the averages between the two, and that gulf is growing.
100.
Well, this arguably should have been for a 3-0 lead. But 2-1 would do.
60.
He was going low on tops before. Those two were just slightly too high. And Rodriguez now looking to do what he did in the first leg to maybe nick it.
125. Gary required 40.
Mawson can't miss this time.
But
he has.
Rowby-John,
And it was a 145 that sprung Rodriguez into life in that opening match against Geldenhuys. Can he repeat the feat? It's a real big slip with the first.
45. Gary required 20.
And he's rounded it off. Mawson. This time. Oh, wow. Back down for double two. Well, that's one way of taking out 20. It counts just the same.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to
And
throw.
that is the all-important breaker throw that was required for Gary Mawson. And Rowby-John just has not been at the races in this match so far.
No, and if Mawson can get across the line, then already the table's looking rather bunched together, because it would put 3 players on 4 points, 2 on 2 points, and those two have to play each other next, because it's Geldenhuys and Archie self.
Well, Freddie has been caught and has been rehomed. Rowby-John, I think that was the most polite way I've ever seen anyone dispose of a fly.
56.
Gently resting on the Super Series table.
95.
Yeah, and he just needs to refocus now.
65.
R.I.P. Freddie Fly. In the meantime, this match is threatening to get away from Rowby-John a little bit. Yes, in all seriousness, being disrupted by a fly is less than ideal and can really put you off your rhythm, especially when you are struggling. Is this a case of just
44.
Get off that stage, finish this game? Well, in the other order, finish the game before you go off stage and just regroup for the rest of the day's play.
Yeah, you can just chalk this one up to just feels like the focus isn't there. It doesn't feel very free flowing from Rowby-John. Again, there's just all these little adjustments, these little pauses. He's just trying to refocus himself. He's always had a very firm and kind of hard
27.
throw, but just seems just a little off in this match.
You made reference to earlier, Laura, that they're all pretty rhythmical players, so maybe taking that extra time and just taking an extra step or an extra moment to compose, that might not do you much good either which way, but this is certainly
99.
improved from Rodriguez on that visit at least.
97.
Mawson already rallying to a finish. Wrong side of the wire, so looking to just
43.
set it up.
Yeah, I agree. The rhythm and the pace just doesn't quite seem right for Rodriguez, and there's a tendency when you're not
42.
when you feel like you're not playing quite as well as
Area required 54.
how you normally would, or how you don't feel as good, you do tend to slow down. You'll see that with players.
Back to double 10 for Mawson.
34.
And tops and tens just aren't really firing for Mawson so far today, but such has been the form of Rodriguez in this match,
20
and afforded the luxury
Area
of
required
having
20.
plenty of efforts at them.
Chasing that double round the board. Double 5 now.
15. Rowby-John
It was well thrown last start, but just south of the target.
On another day, this match should have been over 4-0 to
87.
Mawson.
Area required 5.
But Rowby-John is sticking in there. Double 2, hit it in the previous leg. And hits it in this one as well. It is now 3-1. Just when Rodriguez thought he was going to have a chance to steal a leg once more.
Fifth leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first. Game on.
Mawson one away from a big win that will reel back Rowby-John to the chasing pack.
$67.
Yeah, as you say, just doesn't seem to be clicking. But Mawson, all credit.
86.
Sometimes it's quite hard when you can see your opponent struggling to actually maintain that intensity.
$85. $60.
Unlucky not to find a treble there, Mawson, particularly with that third dart, and Rodriguez just upping the pace, just trying to find something, and that's better from Rowby-John.
think that's it. It's just getting up there, trying to find rhythm, and you can see he's obviously experimenting with pace and rhythm up there. We've seen him try that slow approach. Now he's right back up to the jockey really quickly. He was doing that against Mervyn King, and it was delivering good results.
Absolutely. Slowing down didn't work,
58.
so quitting up, Mike. Doesn't leave a finish, leaves a bogey number. Mawson is also starting to find the business trebles as well. It just dawned on Rowby-John there that he'd left that bogey number.
$26.
Yeah, and it just, again, not free-flowing from Rowby-John, and not just a traveller's visit, but a low one.
Rowby-John to require 140.
Well, Mawson on the ton plus checkout to win this match. That was a stray final dart from Rowby-John. Mawson with a rogue one of his own, but it's still on for the match.
69.
Can't find the bullseye.
195.
Rodriguez to stay alive.
$95 is another finish that Rowby-John has found today. I think he's going double. Another one of those.
57. Gary required.
That was unlucky. The first double 19 was in the ideal position. But Mawson now for the match. One more in hand. Tops the target, troubles the top wire, and a reprieve for Rodriguez. Somehow staying in this match. Double 8.
22. Gary require 40.
And this is turned into a slugfest. It's been a scrappy affair. Mawson, good guide. Needs to go the other side of it. Just readjusts.
No score.
Can't find match darts coming and going for Mawson.
Yeah, 5 match darts to be exact for Gary Mawson, and he's 3 from 23 overall this match. 20 darts missed at a double. On the other side, Rowby-John Rodriguez has only had 4 darts at a double. Found one of them. How he'd like to find this one.
Well, picks it up off the floor.
12.
But can't find the double for.
Gary require 40.
This match has not gone Rowby-John's way whatsoever. And Mawson has been there to pick up the pieces.
Gary Mawson.
In each of the 4 legs, he has won. And Group A has been blown wide open on the opening day. The early pace setter, Rowby-John Rodriguez, has tasted defeat for the first time here at the Modus Super Series at the hands of Gary Mawson, who has 2 wins now of his own. Mervyn King joins them alongside the top of the table. Can Archie Self do the same? He faces Johan Geldenhuys after the break.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
Requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion! Jeff Smith!
Welcome back as Gary Mawson joins Rowby-John, the man he just defeated before the break, and Mervyn King on 4 points. One of these two will do the same. Johan Geldenhuys will go top with a win over Archie Self, who has put in the performance of the day so far in his 4-1 win over Jim Mayer. Self with a win will move into second. But we will have
140
out of the 6 players on 4 points.
Yeah, the table's already looking interesting, isn't it? But possibly not great reading if you're Jim Mayer, who sat at the foot of the table
60.
on 0 points after 3 games played. But Mayer coming up next against Rodriguez, which again could be another interesting
42.
clash, because Rodriguez, yeah, we said he started slow in his matches, but he managed to find a way. He did not find a way against Mawson.
Well,
57.
Geldenhuys found a way against Mawson 4-0. His previous fixture. Archie Self
57.
started his previous match like an absolute rocket, was threatening the record average here at the Super Series. He was halfway to victory and he was averaging 130. That dipped slightly.
45.
But it was the real eye-catching performance of the day
75.
so far on what is his 16th birthday, if you're just joining us. Archie Self, the youngest ever competitor here at the Modus Super Series, the reigning Lakeside Boys champion.
59.
He'll be defending that crown in a couple of weeks' time.
57.
And that field at the quarterfinal stage of the Lakeside Boys is just as competitive as the open field. Mitchell Lorry, the #1 seed.
60. Archie require 100.
Who's competing in both boys and open format. Self now. This is very nice.
122.
Once again, the youngster setting the early fractions. Geldenhuys, who normally starts quickly himself, was just found wanting a little bit in this opening leg.
Archie require 8.
Yeah, good response, but it was all academic. Self pins, double 4 to take that opening leg.
Second leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
I think the one thing I always admire as well, I think we decided in darts really, there's a lot of
70.
evidence to back it now, is that age really is just a number. It's all about skill. It's all about ability. It's a very timeless sport. But for me, the younger players coming through, it's just they've got a level of composure and maturity up on the stage that's sometimes just beyond their years. Archie Self, another player that's have big moves within the sport.
180.
What I find fascinating, Laura, is how these youngsters deal with adversity during their matches.
100.
Because it's almost not just darting lessons, it's life lessons as well. And with these tournaments, the Super Series, the ADC, WDF, and before they even get to the PDC, we're seeing them grow up on and off the hockey and learning and developing, honing their craft. I just find it really interesting.
Johan, you require 126.
I agree. And this is a good response here from Geldenhuys. Trevor 19 would have left the ball, but just laying up here and lays up nicely.
$140. Johan, you require 28.
So for one leg apiece, Geldenhuys, 2 14s. Straight at the 7s and finds it.
Johan Geldenhuys.
Well, the effort at double 14 was questionable.
Third leg, it's
The ones
Archie
at
to
double
throw
7
first.
weren't.
Game
It's 1-all.
$140.
It's unfortunate that last start just dropped, taking a slight deflection. It's already a third, 140 for Archie Self. I actually remember the first time I saw Archie Self, and actually it wasn't in a playing capacity. He was calling for Berkshire County, and I want to say it was probably 5-6 years ago when he was doing it for the senior men's matches, and he was very good indeed. I actually don't know, he might have even called my game, you know. Can't quite recall.
100.
He's been in and around that county setup since the age of 6. Incredible.
130.
Archie Self. Multi-talented then. Don't tell Owen Binks.
Yeah, I think the difference between perhaps Archie and Owen, though, is that
58.
Archie's pretty good on the hockey.
90.
Can't disagree with that. And I can't disagree with that either.
Archie Self.
He's been putting in some really impressive legs, has Archie Self.
It's Johan to throw first.
A 12-darter, not for the first time. And not for the first time, averaging in excess of a ton.
123.
Now, that match you mentioned where he went 3-0 in against Jim Mayer, kicked off with a 12, an 11 and a 14.
134.
It's steady enough.
You could probably add 2 of those legs together and I'd be happy enough to get across the line with it.
135.
He's had another busy year, is Archie.
59.
Was in Budapest a few weeks ago for the World Masters. Lost out to Jimmy Van Schie, who went on to win the whole thing, beating Jeff Smith in the final. A reversal of the previous series final here at the Modus Super Series. Van Schie getting his own back. Missed the match start for the series against the eventual winner Jeff Smith, who was desperately unlucky not to be defending his crown this time around. Lost out to Jamie Owens in the weekly final. Geldenhuys. This doesn't have to go, but now looking across for treble 18. Can't find it, but is in charge in this fourth leg nevertheless.
56. Johan requires 60.
6 starts from here. You feel parity will be on the cards because it's tops for Geldenhuys.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Johan Geldenhuys.
And that was as clean and as clinical as you like for the great white shark.
Game on.
The South African playing with real credit here across
100.
this morning and into the afternoon. Can Geldenhuys now sense an opportunity to go straight to the top of the table?
180.
Second maximum of the match for Geldenhuys. Looking to make his move, but back comes Archie Self, and he knew that had dropped before it even hit the board. Yeah, you mentioned that Archie Self back in action at Lakeside to try and defend that World Youth Championship title that he won last year, but had to come through a qualifier to do it. And just having a look, it was a fair few games, 6 games just to make it all the way through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, plays the German Florian Priest in the quarterfinals.
180.
Geldenhuys
require 170.
finding yet another maximum.
90.
And now
Johan require 46.
Johan has gone favourite in this match. Or has he?
It's just one dart. Double 16, the target for that breaker throw that he's going to need if he's to get past Archie Self. And
Archie require 80.
yeah, the reaction tells you everything. He knew how big that chance was.
This would be a heartbreaker for Geldenhuys. Self from left to right.
60.
Can't find a double of his own.
32.
Geldenhuys another chance for a crucial break of throw. Finds it this time, neatly done.
Geldenhuys.
Firing in a 13-dart leg of his own, averaging just shy of 96. Both players, in fact, in the 95s, but Geldenhuys, look at that, 3 180s. The maximums have not been in short supply so far.
135.
Yeah, threatened a fourth there as well.
100.
Putting Archie Self under all kinds of pressure. But now you feel to yourself, you've done the hard work. You found the breaker throat. Now you kind of say, all you've got to do is hold. It's easy sat here saying it.
Yeah, what's the problem? Just hold your throw.
57.
Go out in 15. Job's a good one. What's the problem? If only it was that simple. If it was, we'd all be doing it.
Well, we try anyway. Well, I do.
100.
That's a good last start from Geldenhuys.
And the South African has gone about his business so impressively. Despite the early setback, it's being edged out by Rowby-John. This would be
59.
a big, big win for Geldenhuys.
Did struggle to get across the line against Mawson. Yes, it was a 4-0 win,
Johan,
but
you
it
require
was 10 missed darts.
148.
I think it was 6 for the match.
I can't finish this time, but Self is back on 2-4-4. Geldenhuys will play Mervyn King in
32.
his next match, where he will have the advantage of throwing first. Self needs to find a couple of big trebles here. Has to switch to do so.
96.
One
Johan,
will
you
do.
require 116.
Geldenhuys now looks inviting. Didn't trouble the treble 20, which
52.
was required, and just an
Archie,
outside
require
opportunity
148.
for Archie Self. He has this in his locker, make no mistake about it. Just going a bit too low. He wasn't impressed, was he?
Yeah, not happy at all, and now just looking to set up and hopes that he gets
128.
another chance back at the Oki. It's a great setup in the
Johan, you
end, but
require 64.
Geldenhuys here for the match.
Yeah, fantastic setup play nevertheless from Self, but will he get a chance? Match starts incoming for Geldenhuys. Not a bad guide.
56.
But can't take advantage. Two match starts missed, and that magnificent setup play from Self. I've seen him get an opportunity to take us all the way. Only has one left. Finds it with the third. Held his nerve exceptionally well. Breaks back. We go all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Archie to throw
Self
first. Game on.
has the advantage and has the honour of throwing first.
Yeah, first little reaction we've seen from
55.
Archie Self as well. He knew that was a big dart, and to get it with the last, it was the puff of the cheeks and the, like I say, just the small fist bump.
$60.
Really is not much to split these two. Averages just a few points between them.
58.
A little bit edgy in this last leg decider so far.
Geldenhuys now finds himself back in that
100.
unenviable position where he needs to find a break.
Once again, Self has come up dry. And Geldenhuys can take the initiative, but needs to find a big treble of his own. Does so. It's probably a dart ahead, or two ahead of Self, but
59.
once again, Self can't find a treble.
Yes, 4 consecutive throws in the 50 to 60 range from Archie Self.
66.
As you say, just feels like there's a bit of tension up on the stage.
There is, because Geldenhuys isn't getting away from Self here despite
43.
a trebleless leg so far. Geldenhuys would go top of the group with a win here. Gets a ton. Leaves a 2-dart outshot.
It's one of those legs where you just think one treble for Archie Self is going to have to fill it up, but he's got one in there.
100.
We'll have to settle for a ton.
Require 84.
So 2 match darts have been and gone already for Geldenhuys. What will he do with the third at ball?
59. Archie require 130.
Now then. Self can't find a treble.
60.
Once again,
Johan
more
required
match starts
25.
incoming for the big South African.
Double 8 for 4-3 win, and double 8 is found. It is Geldenhuys who gets the better of Archie Self. It really did get quite tense towards the end, but it was a fight back from Archie, but seen off very comfortably in the end by Geldenhuys. There is the tail of the tape. 84.5, played at 87. What was that checkout percentage? 4 from 10 for Geldenhuys. Got him across the line, including those 3 maxis. Well, next we see Jim Mayer take on Rowby-John Rodriguez.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. And things are developing nicely on the opening day of Week 12, Group A. Now being led by Johan Geldenhuys, who has recovered from an early setback when he lost to Rowby-John Rodriguez, who was the early pace setter, with a damaging 4-1 defeat for the Austrian against Gary Mawson. I've seen him slip ever so slightly down the table. Mervyn King is there or thereabouts as well. Impressive 4-2 win over Jim Mayer, who is still without a win, and Jim Mayer has still recorded the highest average of the session so far. Such has been the quality on show, but look at that, a 4-way tussle at the top of the Group A table. Geldenhuys, King, Rowby-John and Mawson all there with 2 wins out of 3. Archie Self missing an opportunity to get onto 4 points himself before the break. He's put in the best winning display so far as well. It'll be interesting to see, Laura, how Rowby-John Rodriguez bounces back or reacts even to his previous match where it was a struggle for him, to put it politely, I think it's fair to say. And yeah, keen to see how he comes back fighting this time around against Jim Mayer, who's without a win and not done much wrong.
Well, yeah, you look at how Rowby-John kicked off the morning session. 4-3 win with a 90 average, a 4-2 win over Mervyn King with a 91 average, but then, like you say, just dropped off. I wasn't sure, he just didn't look comfortable off on the stage in that third match against Mawson, but now has the opportunity to put it right. And it's another one, when you do have one player in the field where everyone is beating them, you feel like you need to be part of that club as well. Obviously, Jim Mayer is hoping that that is not the case, but where everyone else is picking up points, you feel that you need to pick them up as well. But as you say, for Jim Mayer, hasn't done a great deal wrong.
57.
For him, it's just the misses that he's had. And there haven't been a huge amount. The timing of them, he's been punished on every occasion.
Yeah, he's done a lot right, particularly
85.
scoring-wise. He's been peppering that treble 20, firing in maximum after maximum.
60.
Well, you're spot on, Laura, in what you say there about the timing of what his opponents have thrown at him.
123.
This has been a better start for Rowby-John, arguably his best start to any match so far. He's normally started very slow.
91.
It started slow, but really worked his way into those first opening couple of fixtures. But as you say, started slow and then really dropped off against Mawson. But the rhythm and the pace that we kind of picked up on, that just seems to be better here already for Rodriguez.
Do you think he struggled against, well, I wouldn't say any player on display today is slow, but Gary Mawson's probably the most methodical out of them all. Do you think maybe that was a contributing factor to Rowby-John's struggles?
Perhaps, and it's also, it's not necessarily the throw. Your throw should start, obviously, when you approach the oche. That's how I see it. That's when your throw starts. If Rowby-John's too quick to the oche and that player's not off, and you often saw that was the case with Mawson, he had to then step back and wait. So it's a bit of a case of Rodriguez possibly has to kind of start that process a little bit later against someone like Mawson. Just wait for him to move out the way and then start your throw.
60.
Had the tops route there, did Mayer. Rodriguez. Not a total disaster. Especially with a dart like that. Double 16. Oh, that was sublime from Little John. And he has reacted very well to that previous defeat.
Game on.
And he's come back fit and firing.
Yeah, his second 95 finish of the day. 2 different routes, but
83.
2 very similar outcomes. And for me, it's at this stage of the session is how much fight has Jim Mayer got left in him, because, as I say, so far for me, he's thrown absolutely everything at the players he's faced, and he's come up with little or no reward.
26.
Just how
58.
difficult is it for a player, Laura, who is playing well but keeps on tasting defeat after defeat? I'm not saying that's happened to you, but from a player's perspective,
No, it has. It's happened here. Yeah, no, it is difficult. It is very difficult because you're trying to maintain that focus, those energy levels, that enthusiasm, and just making sure that you don't want to be walking away with no points. That's the key drive, I think, behind it when you get to this position.
54.
Try and salvage the day, pick up a win here. But then when you're running into someone with the experience of a Rowby-John and you're still looking for your first couple of points, it's about keeping that positive mindset.
134.
This is a really positive response here from Jim Mayer.
Yeah, showing brilliant mental tenacity.
$55.
He's now looking really
Jimmy
good to
require
level
140.
things up and get that break back at the earliest opportunity. And doing it with a ton-plus checkout to boot. Jim Mayer
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first.
deserved one like that. He's played so well throughout the morning into the afternoon, and he's back in business.
Yeah, that is second ton plus checkout of the session today.
100.
Took out a ton against Archie Self in the solitary leg that he won there. We'll hope that that's not the solitary leg he wins in this match.
$60. $57.
Rowby-John just a little bit snatchy with that opening dart at the
134.
visit, but switches and recovers really well.
There's nothing snatchy about that. Real fluidity as Jim Mayer pins the first maximum of this match. Maximum number 6 for Jim Mayer today.
140. Jim, you've got 164.
Now then. All wrong side of the wire.
123.
Really good visit nevertheless. This has been really good from Mayer. Rodriguez can't find the treble 20.
41. Jimmy
Mayer now. Potential 14 darter with double 16.
9.
Won't
Rowby-John
go.
require 126.
And a real grimace from Mayer. Because this 1-2-6 is well within the reach of Rowby-John. And it's ball for a 1-2-6 and a third consecutive break of throw.
Jimmy requires 32.
Mayer with a reprieve. Well, that was slightly wayward, as was that. Can he thread it somewhere in between the two? No.
Required 25.
So Rodriguez. Double 8 the target for himself now.
9. Jimmy requires.
No one wants this third leg.
8.
And these are the chances that throughout other matches Mayer had missed and wasn't allowed back
on
to
the
the
third
hockey. Well,
leg,
this time
Jim
he
Mayer.
has been allowed back and he is now leading
Fourth
2-1.
leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first. Game on. $123.
Almost firing back in perfect order there. The little John. All the players started the session really well.
140.
Doubling wise. That seems to have tailed off somewhat. And scoring prowess in the main has remained.
121.
Towards the back end of legs, that's where things have just started to become a little bit edgy, a bit tense, a bit scrappy.
And how often do we kind of build up a session and it doesn't necessarily always kind of live up to the expectation? Well, today has been outstanding in terms of the levels that we've seen in the performance. Lots of maximums, lots of big averages. And it's a table that I think most of us probably like to look at and appreciate, because we know going into tomorrow
91.
and then Wednesday, it's going to be tight between these players.
Yeah, you could genuinely make a case on every single player at this stage.
43.
They could still go on and win this Group A. Even Jim Mayer, who is without a win at the bottom of the group, and just wires double 5 for another ton plus checkout. He's played fantastically well.
He's going to get more chances.
57. Jimmy McGuire, 10. No score.
Yeah,
Rowby-John
going
to Rowby-John,
17s on 10
76.
isn't the ideal route, Jim. But meanwhile, in all seriousness, that has handed the initiative straight back to Rowby-John, who can bring us level.
Game
And
shot
does
the
so.
flag. Rowby-John Rodriguez.
I can see why he toyed with the idea of
Fifth
splitting,
leg,
but
Jim to throw first.
that first effort at
Game.
double 5 for the 130 was a great effort, as Freddie's family now getting involved.
85.
I agree. I mean, Jim Mayer had form of doing that already earlier on in the match. Sorry, in an earlier match. So that split, when you've got 3 in hand, I do understand it. But I think the frustration will be he had 3 in hand. He could have just gone for it. Could have found the double 5 instead, to miss the big single number. Yeah, that hurts, especially to then be punished straight afterwards. I know it's obvious, but the difference between parity at 2 apiece or being 1 leg away from the match is absolutely massive.
It's that old adage of timing once again.
60.
Mayer thinks he should be 3-1 up. But Rodriguez has just kept on plugging away and is showing real good battling qualities.
And arguably, when you've had a day like Jim's had so far, where you've performed really well, you've probably hit the most maximums out of any player so far today, but have absolutely nothing to show for it. You kind of get to that point and you think, is my luck ever going to change? And the mindset of the player, then that can change. The negativity starts to creep in, as much as you try and keep it at bay.
130, Jimmy, 156.
Because now Rodriguez, you feel, is going through the gears.
Yeah, looks rejuvenated.
60. Rowby-John required 52.
Does Rowby-John, although it's his turn to miss a big number. What is going on?
44.
Well, he gets there in the end, but
Jimmy required 96.
those slips now have afforded a very similar type of shot to Jim Mayer. And it's a perfect first, double 18 for a 96, and he is now punished. Yeah, this game is just backwards and forwards. It's still anyone's.
To throw first.
Topsy-turvy. It's been a muddling match. Just when you
30.
thought Rowby-John had grabbed onto the initiative and was going to kick on and go clear and win the match, all of a sudden
43.
things have flip-flopped again. Look at this.
180.
Rowby-John, when he gets that throw right, he gets it really right. It's a second max of a 180, but there's just been too many occasions where it's just a little bit snatchy. There's a bit of tension in the shoulder, the follow through in the hand, the arm, it's just not quite there. But you could see from that max hitting
90.
When he's on point, he doesn't look like he's going to miss.
Well, he's had to battle, scratch and
60.
claw his way back into this match. He's had battles on the board, He's had battles with the flies.
47.
He's fighting on all fronts here, is Rowby-John Rodriguez.
135. Rowby-John 154.
Well, he's got 6 from here. The 154 doesn't have to go, but really wants to bring this score down because Jim Mayer,
64.
we know he can find a big 2 treble visit.
$60. Rowby-John require 90.
To send us all the way. Beautiful second. Just
58.
scaring the double.
120.
This is for the match. Yeah, didn't like the lie. Blocked the treble, was going bull and got one of them.
32.
Arguably when he didn't want that one. Rowby-John
Game
finds the double 16
Rowby-John Rodriguez.
at the first attempt on that visit and sends us all the way.
7th
Mayer
and
has the
final
darts
leg is
in the
Jim's to throw
decider.
first. Game on.
Jim Mayer once again finds himself embroiled in a match which has gone the distance. But this is looking good from Rowby-John.
180.
That was mightily impressive. But so is this.
140.
Back-to-back 140s on throw in a deciding leg. But Rowby-John finds back-to-back maximums in the deciding leg.
We've seen some tense last leg deciders. Well, nothing feels tense about this. Both players free flowing.
57. Rowby-John require 141.
Well, he's teased us there.
81.
Perfection won't be found. But with that great early work in the leg against the darts, Rowby-John has put himself
59.
in a fantastic position
60.
to win this match. And won it. He has. An outburst of emotion on the stage from Rowby-John Rodriguez. He has battled his way to victory against Jim Mayer. What has Mayer got to do to win a match today? But what mental tenacity and fortitude displayed there from Rowby-John Rodriguez. Scraped and clawed his way to a last leg deciding win. Fantastic performance. And after the break, the King returns. He faces the table topper.
$54. Charlie McGuire 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Archie with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. And Rowby-John Rodriguez before the break hitting 4 maximums on his way to a last leg win against Jim Mayer, who's played so well but finds himself 4 defeats out of 4. But on the stage now, Johan Geldenhuys, who was the table topper coming into the 4th round of fixtures, just slightly ahead of that man there, the King, Mervyn King. Only leg difference separating these two so far. Gary Mawson and Archie Self due to face off in the final round of
First leg,
the
it's
4
Johan
fixtures.
to throw first.
With one more round
Game.
following after that. On the opening day of what is looking a really tantalising Group A. On the final regulation week here of Series 12 ahead of Champions Week next week. Geldenhuys gets us underway
45.
and hands the initiative straight to Mervyn King.
Yeah, the one thing that Geldenhuys has been doing really quite well is the first couple of legs, emphatic start. We saw that drop off slightly in the last, but he turned it around with that 4-3 victory and a very tense last leg decider. A complete contrast to the match before where Rowby-John went 6 starts into the 9, 180 in a deciding leg.
85.
And again, as you said, denying Jim Mayer any points.
Through the middle.
125.
Not this time. The third goes awry slightly. In off the woodwork. But whatever happens from here, I'd say it's been a good opening day for Geldenhuys. And even, like you say, Laura, with Jim Mayer, you don't want to completely write off his Group A campaign already, but look, probability suggests that whoever finishes bottom today may well be set for Group C, and he'd be a big threat.
Yeah, the levels that we've seen from him are absolutely
97.
be interesting when it comes to the end of today's play and kind of compile all the statistics as to see where he measures up against everyone else, because
60.
He has been consistent, but poorly timed misses have been punished on almost every occasion.
Long way to go yet, though, in this group. Moving day tomorrow ahead of decision day on Wednesday. And then we can see where the land
91.
lies ahead of Group
Mervyn,
C and B
161.
over the course of Thursday and Friday. But King here just switch down to the 19s.
99. Johan, you require 123.
Johan with a chance. 1, 2, 3. Looking now at 16s. 4, The ball.
Game
Oh,
shot
that
the
is
first
superb.
Johan Geldenhuys.
1, 2, 3. Easy
Second
as
leg, it's Mervyn to throw
ABC.
first. Game on.
A big shot to hold throw in the opening leg.
Yeah, massive. His biggest finish of the day and the third biggest that we've seen in
100.
Group 8.
$95.
King, though, undeterred, unshaken.
60.
King would have been in this position on many an occasion. Got a lot of experience to draw upon.
60.
That was brave. Those first two had a case of the wobbles in the board. Thankfully for Johan, none of them ended up on the floor, but the King firing back with the ton 40. We'll be seeing plenty of Mervyn King on
100.
TV in the next weeks and months. He'll be hoping he'll be back here next week for Champions Week. Who's to say he won't be? And then, of course, he'll be heading to Alexandra Palace for the PDC World Championships.
Very much looking
81.
forward to seeing how the draw pans out this year. Obviously, the extended format for the PDC World Championships. I think that could throw up some really interesting draws, and I reckon there's quite a few people that would want to avoid maybe a certain Bo Greaves in their opening round.
Absolutely. How unlucky was Bo not to make it out of the group at the Grand Slam. Mervyn just
88.
setting this
Johan,
one up.
146.
Just about, at least. Geldenhuys.
It was a really kind of last-minute decision to move away. It was a very
96.
very deliberate move over to the 13s, but yeah, 32 required for parity at 1-0.
Game shot on the second leg.
And no issue there on the doubles for Mervyn King.
Third leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Boris Kirchmar also qualifying for Ali Pali. And Cristo Reyes. Also back at the Palace soon enough. Yeah, really excited to see how Bo will perform at Ali Pali. And of course,
96.
over the next 2 years on the tour. I called it the other week when I was on comms with Scott Mitchell, Laura, that I think she'll win a TV tournament next year.
23.
Honestly, the levels that she's playing at, and I still think there's more to come. I agree. I think what we've seen over the last kind of 12 to 18 months from her is just this growth in confidence and belief in the ability, and now that's starting to show on these big stages. As soon as she feels comfortable up there, then yeah, I think anything's possible.
95.
Yeah, when you think about the group that she played in, she ran Gary Anderson 5 legs to 4 right the way to a decider.
78.
She had 2 match starts against Michael van Gerwen. Could have seen him off 5 legs to 4. And then wins their third match against Nico Springer. And what a group to have been in as well. So very unlucky, as you say, not to have made it past the group stages. 45. But we get to see more of her next year.
$140.
So nice top 40 there to leave the little fish. This leg just starting to come away from Geldenhuys, but that brings him back into contention. Especially now as the little fish has escaped the net.
94. Johan, you require 118.
And again, it's another good find with the last start, but from this position, we've already seen the 1-2-3 from Geldenhuys. Is he adding the 1-1-8? It's tops.
98. Mervyn, you require 36.
He's disgusted with that effort at tops, but it was a valiant effort.
Game shot on the third leg. Mervyn
King just eats up those opportunities.
Full flag, it's Mervyn to throw first.
As it is lunchtime. And that was a breaker throw, and now it's Mervyn who senses an opportunity to go to the top of the table.
Yeah, but Geldenhuys still battling away.
100.
Their final round of fixtures this afternoon. Geldenhuys faces Jim Mayer. Mervyn King rounds off today's card in a match against Gary Mawson, who is back in action
85.
after this one against Archie Self.
Mervyn King here looking
60.
to join Rowby-John Rodriguez on 6 points.
$140.
Strong from Geldenhuys. Giving himself to work an opportunity potentially to break back immediately at the expense of Mervyn King, who is down to a finish after 12. What can Geldenhuys find?
90. Mervyn, you require 158.
Mervyn then can't find a Hollywood checkout, so Geldenhuys
86.
working his way back into
Mervyn,
this
you
match
require 86.
really nicely.
That's double 16 for an
Hey,
86,
Sean, the
and
fourth leg.
accuracy once again on the
Johan
outer ring for
Geldenhuys.
Geldenhuys.
Fifth leg, it's
To
Johan
break
to throw first.
straight back,
Game
and you can see the finish in there. 2 from 2 for King and 2 from 3 from Geldenhuys. How many times have we kind of said that today as well, that there have been these matches where the finishing has just been on point.
Yeah, Geldenhuys probably
137.
the strongest out of all 6 on the outer ring today. In fact, his weakest performance on the outer ring was that in his biggest win.
45.
Just goes to show you cannot be affording to give Geldenhuys any opportunity.
$85. $100.
King once again just shaking his head. That level of expectation that Mervyn King has still got after playing the sport for so many years. I mean, I remember playing alongside Mervyn King back in 2001 when he was representing England. Obviously then made his move over to the PDC, got his tour card.
140. Johan,
Yeah,
you require
landmark year for Mervyn
154.
back in 2009, where he came so close to winning not just one, but an absolute plethora of majors.
$60.
I understand it's not just darts that you've played with Mervyn King, Laura. More on that in the next leg. Well, there's every chance
58.
Mervyn could be
Johan, you
3-2
require
down.
94.
Geldenhuys showing really good consistency. And starting to reel off leg after
Game shot on the
leg.
fifth leg. Johan Geldenhuys.
It is 3-2.
Yeah, those combination finishes
Mervyn got the
just
reverse.
keep on coming for Geldenhuys. Afford him an opportunity at your peril. Going back to what you were saying. Yeah, I have actually very randomly, it was back in 2001, had a tennis match with Mervyn King.
How's his backhand?
Let's just say that he wears the same kind of face when he played tennis than he did when he played darts. If it wasn't going well, he was not happy.
Would have hated to be an umpire, a tennis umpire, for Mervyn King if things weren't going well. It's fine throwing binks, such is the air of authority.
He looks like more authoritative now. He started to kind of do the whole
95.
Movember thing.
Maybe. There's a degree of Tom Selleck going on there, isn't there?
140.
I forgot it was Movember. I just thought he was doing it for fashion purposes. I
95.
can't judge. I'm still doing Movember from last year.
$85.
A bit of a slip with the last from King, who's battling to force another last leg decider.
$30. Mervyn, you require 95.
And with that poor visit from Geldenhuys, Mervyn King was up to the hockey like a greyhound.
$79.
And the width of
Johan,
a wire
you
away
require 146.
from sending us all the way. May well be back. Geldenhuys needs 146. And King will be back.
45. Mervyn, you requires 16.
Well, this to force a last leg decider. King does not want to allow Geldenhuys back to the hockey.
No
but he
score.
does.
Johan, you require 101.
Well, Mervyn was all smiles there, but inside, you know full well he is absolutely raging. Geldenhuys 101. Needs a treble. Gets a treble. Match start incoming. At double 12.
77. Mervyn, you require 16.
Just slightly too high. It made the top wire feel nervous. King once again has to shuffle across and
12.
can't find Geldenhuys now.
Mervyn, you require 24.
Another match dart to send him back to the top of the
Game
table.
shot
Finds a
and the
nice
match.
little nook in the
Johan
corner
Geldenhuys.
of the double 12. Missed opportunity for Merv, but you cannot give opportunities to Johan Geldenhuys. His doubling today has been superb, and that is why he currently sits atop of Group A. That 1, 2, 3, an obvious highlight for the South African. And coming up after the break, Gary Mawson faces the birthday boy, Archie Self. So it's a two-way tussle here in Group A at the top of the table. Can it be 3? It could be. If that man there, Gary Mawson, tastes success again. He faces Archie Self now, who's only got the 1 win, but that doesn't really tell his story. He's played really well and has had the best performance of the day so far. Just a little bit lucky in the unlucky, should I say, in the last leg shootout of his previous match against Johan Geldenhuys, where just couldn't find a treble, couldn't buy a treble.
41.
And now it's Self's turn to have a bit of issue with the live lounge flies. Freddie Fly made an appearance this morning, but sadly no longer with us thanks to Rowby-John Rodriguez.
97.
Freddie's family has caught wind of that and is now attacking the players on its behalf. It's been eventful.
81.
Yeah, it's definitely something the players they've had to negotiate throughout today.
64.
But I found it interesting that last match where Archie Self, he fought back to make it 3 apiece against Geldenhuys, but that last leg it was very tense between the pair of them, and a situation that perhaps he hasn't been in
100.
on too many occasions, especially in an arena like the Live Lounge.
60.
And the thing is, when you come here on debut as well, you want to make that big impression, that big impact right from the very off. And we know the standards that Archie's got. He's more than capable of doing it, but you kind of have to get yourself into a position where you stop thinking about that and then you just think about the actual games and the matches in hand. Because I hear it every time someone comes here on debut, they want to come back again and again.
Well, Gary Mawson has just been plugging away. He's been there to capitalise when opponents have faltered. But Archie Self
120.
may not be giving Mawson too many more opportunities after this 84, which needs to go for Mawson. He's made a bit of a hash of things by his own standards there.
28. Archie
Self is back for 2 10s.
Game shot on the first leg. Archie
2 10s
Self.
pinned. Nice and easy there for Archie Self.
Second leg, it's Archie to throw first. Game on.
It was a solid start, wasn't it, from Mawson, averaging just under 90. 4 from 5 on the doubles for that 4-3 win over Jim Mayer. But then went 4-0 down against Geldenhuys before running out a 4-1 winner against Rodriguez. But you would argue not the highest of quality encounters in terms of 4 from 24 on the outer ring for Mawson. Did enough to get across the line in the end. So trying to recapture some of the standards that we saw in the opening match, but it's Archie Self again making these moves. First maximum of the match goes his way.
$95. 96.
We were talking earlier about Gary Mawson's run in the UK Open in 2008. Archie Self hadn't even turned 1 when that happened.
100.
I'm sure Gary would be delighted to hear that.
59.
Yeah, here they are on the Super Series stage. And Self looking to double his advantage.
99.
Once again, Mawson
89.
keeping himself handy, ready to pounce should an opportunity present itself.
64.
Which it does.
You require 82.
You feel these are the range of shots that's going to need to go for Mawson. There's one dart and it's back at the ball.
57. Archie required 25.
Rare slip from Self. Just gives him the one dart of the leg, which
Gary required 25.
isn't taken. Mawson almost did the same thing, but just about finds the big number and finds the double eight to bring us level.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a break straight back for Gary Mawson. Kicks off leg number 3, and Archie Self probably in the background there thinking that is one leg that got away.
55. $57.
So back on throw in this one, and Mawson chasing trebles.
58.
Self finding one, finding two.
140.
Again, that just a little indication to himself that he knew that dart was going to drop at the end. Just make sure he keeps lifting it.
81. $57.
Well, it's the Archer's turn to go up dry. Mawson
100.
finding one in the end.
Archie will be a player that's quite used to that round robin format. Perhaps not at this length, but when you play in the ADC tournaments, you do play a round robin to start with. Normally, it's just a best of 3, so this is extended. But what that does mean is you're used to having to play game after game. It's not a format that, as dart players, you see too often. You're normally just used to that kind of cutthroat, knockout darts.
It's a good thing about the ADC. It's a good thing about here.
134. Gary require 100.
We've seen a 9-dart shootout this series on a Saturday. You'll be hard pushed to find those anywhere else. And Mawson
59. Archie require 87.
can't find a treble to really apply pressure to Self here, who is back for ball.
62. Gary require 89.
A little bit of frustration creeping in there for Archie Self. Has had darts to have gone 3-0 up and maybe finding himself 2-1 down.
Game shot the
And that's
third.
exactly where he finds himself.
Gary
Gary Mawson, 89, 2 darts, very cleanly taken.
He's always there to step in, isn't he?
First.
Whenever there's an opportunity, whenever his opponent falters,
100.
Mawson is bang there to take full advantage. Credit to Archie Self, though. Really impressed with his demeanour on stage, and despite hitting a bit of adversity in some of his
87.
matches so far today, he hasn't boiled over. He hasn't displayed much emotion.
40.
Got to be good signs, right?
100%. Absolutely. You know, being able to play darts is one thing, but the other things it teaches you, we touched upon it earlier, you know, the ability to deal with defeat, to bounce
96.
back, to remain confident, composed. There's all these different elements that go through a dart player's head. I often, you have to recognise the fact that most sport that people play is a team
100.
sport. You have other people to fall back on or rely on. Darts is just you up there on the oche, and sometimes it can be a bit of a lonely place.
I'm sure it wasn't a team sport when you were playing tennis with Mervyn King.
180.
Mawson firing in a 180.
56. Gary, you require 130.
Gary senses a real opportunity now to join Geldenhuys and Rowby-John Rodriguez at the top of the table. There hasn't really been
31.
anything too flashy about Mawson today, but as I said earlier, he always steps in to take his chance.
90.
And
Gary
again, when he has had the chances, his finishing stats 2 from 3 so far in this match. And an opportunity here to go within 1.
Game
Oh
shot
my
number
word,
4
that is
flag.
special.
Gary Mawson.
Where did that come from, Gary Mawson?
I was looking elsewhere. There was a part of me that had to just do a
Gary
double
to
check
throw
of what he just done.
I think we all did. We were all looking at 18 or 10. There you are, kid. Happy birthday. These wily old characters aren't giving young Archie Self an absolutely anything. Look at this now again from Mawson.
Yeah, his second maximum of the match. And just get this sense that Gary Mawson now really starting to enjoy himself up there.
He's absolutely done me over there. I just said there was nothing
66.
flashy whatsoever about his performances today. Then he goes and pings 107 in 2.
I do often wonder when
39.
we say things if those players can actually hear us at times, because whenever we say something, 9 times out of 10, the complete opposite happens.
$59.
All of a sudden, this game is getting away from Self, who we said there hasn't displayed much emotion
90.
in adversity, but may just be starting to creep in slightly, but I don't really blame him. Normally it's these youngsters, these
100.
upstarts that come on in, go on these flashy routes at finishes. Not on this occasion, it's the 62-year-old Gary Mawson.
139.
And it's Mawson
Gary
here looking
required
for a 4-1
96.
victory.
Well, this would be incredible. It won't go this time,
56.
but he'll be back, and this match has been nigh on unbelievable.
97. Gary required 40.
Mawson tops for the match for a 4-1 win. Incredible.
Game shot and the
Absolutely
match.
incredible.
Gary
What a
Mawson.
performance that was from Gary Mawson. That match had pretty much everything. Archie Self can't wait to get off the stage. He doesn't know what's just hit him. The 107 checkout, one for the highlight reel, treble 19 bull. Where do you go from there? Join us for more after the break.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darton tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Darton double 16 gets the job done there for Johan van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He kind of split it. 2 darts for double fourth in a match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion.
Jeff Smith!
One more round of fixtures to go then on the opening day of Group A here on Series 12, Week 12. Champions Week next week, of course. One more space left to occupy in that lineup. And it is Johan Geldenhuys, who is now top of the table along with Gary Mawson. That 4-1 win over Archie Self. Incredible. Left us nearly speechless. Geldenhuys, Mawson and Rowby-John Rodriguez, who's had to battle his way through the mid-session. They sit 2 points ahead of Mervyn King, and Archie Self has played a whole lot better than his 2 points represent, as has Jim Mayer, who has played a whole lot better, and he hasn't won a match yet. It's been a memorable day in Group A as we go into our final round of fixtures, where we have the bookends of the table. Geldenhuys there, the South African, leading, as we saw there, on leg difference, facing Jim Mayer, who has scored magnificently but has just been on the receiving end of lethal timing from his opponents all morning and afternoon.
Johan to throw first.
Arguably deserves a win to round off his day.
Yeah, and although he, as we've mentioned, sat at the foot of the table on 0 points, he has got a chance here if he can get the better of Geldenhuys, which has proven difficult to do today. Just the one loss to his name. But if he can get the better of him here, he knows going into tomorrow's action, he'll play him first. So he could limit him to 6 points and put himself on 4. He put himself within 2. So there is still some
96.
light at the end of the tunnel so far for Jim, because even if you're already in that position where you think, I probably can't win the table now because of how all the other results will go, you still want to be pushing for a Group B spot. Statistically, just much easier to get through via Group B than it is via Group C.
Yep, 3 from 5 qualify from Group B, 2 from 6 qualify from Group C. They'll be later this week, of course, on Thursday and Friday, ahead of finals night on Saturday. The finals night before Champions Night. And you could be here with us at the Super Series. Don't forget as well, we've got the WADC this Saturday afternoon. Double bubble at the Live Lounge here on Saturday. Dartshop.tv for your tickets.
Yeah. Very much looking forward to all the action we've got here. As you say, that WADC, intrigued to see who's going to come out on top, because again, it's another strong field.
Well, we were talking before about how Bo Greaves, how will she fare at
64.
Alexandra Palace. Let's not forget Gemma Hayter.
Yeah, Gemma Hayter, Lisa Ashton. 5 women at the Worlds this year.
78. Jimmy McGuire 150.
Now, he almost took this out earlier, and he's going the same route. Can't find the second treble 19 on this occasion, but tidies it up nicely. There's pressure on this 58 for Geldenhuys, who has been so strong on his doubles all day.
18.
We can't find it on this occasion. Early opportunity for Mayer.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim Mayer.
And one that is taken by Jim Mayer. Jim hasn't been afforded many of those chances. And this time when he was, decided to take it with both hands. It's a 16 dart breaker throw for the man from Luxembourg.
57.
It's one of my favourite opens, the Luxembourg Open. One of those tournaments that kind of went by the wayside because of COVID and things shutting down. Never actually came back up. I do petition to Jim every time I see him that we need to get Luxembourg back on the calendar.
$58.
Mayer not really kicked on in this second leg, which is on his own throw. Geldenhuys
45.
with a bit of a slack visit of his own, and now Mayer is back in the business trebles. And back with yet another maximum.
$58.
7th of the day. Just reassessing his options.
25.
That was the option he didn't really want to choose.
Even so, he's in a relatively commanding position in this second leg, and it's a slip with the last from Geldenhuys.
$130.
Bit of a miscount there from Mayer, but did the hard work with those two treble 19s, and
130.
now
Jimmy McGuire, 51.
the trebles arrive for Geldenhuys. Mayer once again finds the double 16 in comprehensive fashion to move 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Johan to throw first.
Yeah, and if there's any slight criticism of the way that Jim's played today, it has been just at the end of legs, just allowing his opponent a chance to step back up to the yoke. He's not doing it here, and I don't blame him, to be honest, because Geldenhuys, we have waxed lyrical about the fact that when he's been on a mid to even longer range finish, he's been able to polish it off. Just look at that match he had
131
against Mervyn King. He won 4 legs to 2. He had a 94 and a 1-2-3 check out. Narrowly missed a 118 and a 101 on the double.
And now it's Geldenhuys' turn to feel the wrath of the fly just landing on his forehead. I think it's only Jim Mayer that hasn't had to contend with the flies.
Well, by my reckoning, I think you've just jinxed Jim Mayer.
91.
It's bound to happen now.
Well, if it's going to happen, it's going to have to happen soon. Because Jim is not hanging around here. Been lethal on that switch to treble 19s in this match.
96.
That's a great first start from Geldenhuys.
135. $44.
So to get on the board in this match then. Johan looking at 19s. I mean, that's not a total disaster by any stretch.
41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. 41. Jim, you're 139.
Once again, left wanting his usual impressive form on the outer ring has eluded him so far, but
91.
we'll be back now to finally get a leg on the board. Double 16. Now has to move.
16. Jim, you require 48.
0 from 6. Very uncharacteristic. And Mayer
on the third
laps it
leg.
up to
Jim
find double 16 once again. Has found a real ally.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
3 out of 3. Could Jim finally be on his way to winning a match?
Yeah, that really is the tale between these two at the moment. That is the big difference. There's perfection from Mayer on the doubling stats, but Geldenhuys, in fairness, could be 2-1 up himself, but finds himself one leg from a 4-0 defeat. We only had one other 4-0 result so far today, and it was Geldenhuys who delivered that to Gary Mawson.
140. $57.
And if Jim Mayer can get across the line and get across the line 4 legs to 0, it's going to do the world of good for his leg difference as well, because that's the other thing that you find in these groups. Not only do you get cut adrift in terms of points, you can find yourself really lagging in the legs different count.
140.
Yeah, that is a good point, because whilst he's come out the wrong side of a couple of 4-3s, there has been the odd damaging 4-1 in there, 4-2, and can soon rack up. And we see so often that groups can come down to the barest of margins.
140.
Leg difference, legs won, head to head. It all matters. Mayer has a match start.
98. Johan,
It wasn't a bad effort. Geldenhuys needs this 104.
No score.
Oh my word.
Jimmy
A wicked deflection. He's bust 104. Mayer has 3 match starts now in hand. Has to move to the left to win his first match of the week.
No score.
Won't go.
Johan require 104.
Unbelievable. Was 3 from 3. Has missed 4 match starts, and Geldenhuys back in there now. Make sure of the single 18 this time. Double 16.
72.
Just
Jimmy
the wrong
require
side of the
20.
wire.
Come on then, Jim. There it is. He's deserved that with the way he's played today. It's come at the expense of Johan Geldenhuys, who's had a great day nevertheless. Jim Mayer, he's deserved that win. The doubling was superb. And the way he's played today, he's got a win on the board. Richly deserved after the break itself, Rodriguez.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn.
time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn Mawson. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back. 2 more matches left to bring you this afternoon here on Pluto TV. Archie Self, the reigning Lakeside Youth Champion, facing Rowby-John Rodriguez, the former World Youth runner-up. And both these players have
First
had
leg,
somewhat
it's Archie to
muddling
throw
days.
first. Game on.
Archie Self currently finds himself bottom of the table, and I can't really work out how.
40.
It's been a very strange day. We did say right at the very beginning that it felt like a group that could run really close, really tight, because at the moment it's Gary Mawson at the peak of the table
140.
on 6 points, just narrowly on leg difference. As you said, Archie Self with that one solitary win.
60.
Same leg difference as Jim Mayer, but Jim's just won more legs overall on account that he has played one extra game.
And Rowby-John's on 6 points, and he's put in some fine displays, but he's put in some really below par ones as well. It's all been a bit muddling.
43.
Yeah, there have been times, but Rowby-John where he felt he's had to drag himself across that finishing line. That's why we love the sport, right? It's predictably unpredictable.
It absolutely is, and Rowby-John showing real battling qualities
60.
in his wins over Jim Mayer and Mervyn King as well, and Johan Geldenhuys right at the
51.
start of the morning.
$96.
Yeah, win here for Rodriguez, and then he was jumped back up to the top of the table on 8 points. 4 wins out of 5 going into moving day tomorrow.
57.
For Archie Self, he'll be on 4 points, and he would jump Jim Mayer once again.
162. Rowby-John over 136.
Superb from Self. Rodriguez never threatening the treble.
41. Archie
Self has
required 40.
wrestled back the initiative.
Game shown the first leg. Archie Self.
Hits the double at the earliest opportunity and goes one
Second
up.
leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first. Game on.
Final match of the session, Mervyn King, Gary Mawson. And again, those two have had their moments of brilliance. But again, they've put in a couple of edgy displays. You don't really know. We're none the wiser, basically. After
81.
almost a full day's play, we're none the wiser as to deciphering who will win Group A. Sets it up nicely, if anything, for moving day tomorrow.
44.
Now you feel that this is a group where if someone could just maybe take the initiative, just grab a couple of early wins tomorrow and really set themselves up nicely. But as you say, if we've learnt anything, we've learnt that players can put in some top performances. We've seen some real flashy finishes. Probably the most prominent one from Gary Mawson, the 57 ball. But everyone seems capable of beating everyone.
100.
We've learned everything and nothing at the same time.
$120.
Points on the floor there for Self, who has put in the best winning display so far today. That magnificent
96.
4-1 win, 102 average, 3-1-80 is 50% on the doubles.
60.
Where he was threatening the record average here at the Super Series. If you are just joining us, when Self was halfway to victory, he was averaging 130. 130. Just dipped
90.
a little bit in the closing stages, but it was a magnificent display nevertheless. And
92. Rowby-John, number 190.
It was looking at those 18 routes again, but both players sat there on 90, and it's Rodriguez with the first chance at trying to find a route through to the treble 20. Well, it's a single, so ball
56. Archie, record 90.
your turn then for 90. Archie. He finds the treble. Needs double 5,
85.
and that was a bit of a snatch there
34.
from the 16-year-old.
the lesser spotted double 17 is the target here for Rodriguez. Opts to switch with the second dart, so it's double 16.
18. Archie required.
Yeah, sensible play, that lie after his first attempt, which was a good one. Not really favouring Rodriguez, and Self
3. Rowby-John required 16.
in the madhouse. Rowby-John back for 2-8s. And Rowby-John's thinking, why always me?
Game shot on the second leg. Rowby-John Rodriguez.
Didn't distract from hitting the double 8 in the end.
Third leg, it's Archie to throw first. Game on.
That was really good from Rowby-John there, because that fly
57.
looking to avenge Freddie the Fly's demise at the hands of Rowby-John, it has to be said, but
45.
that was real good composure there to level things up.
92.
I did wonder for a minute because I kind of looked at Archie and Archie didn't seem to see anything, and I wonder because the rogue fly has kind of been around Rowby-John a few times today that you're actually waiting for it to kind of come out.
94.
Change of aftershave required, perhaps. Eau de Flea. But again, regaining his composure with a really handy visit.
100.
In terms of how the table looks tomorrow, it does feel like another quite important game, because for Rowby-John, he can obviously put himself in pole position, albeit maybe for a short period of time, but it would really cut Archie adrift.
Nearly.
98.
I don't know if you
Archie,
saw in the
record
background.
158.
Archie nearly went for a wander.
96.
Is that something we dub a Danny Van Tripe? Or Danny Van Trip, as we called him that week.
Yeah, Archie just about got away with it. And he may well
40.
have gotten
Archie
away with
requires
this
62.
third leg as well. 62 away. Lovely treble 10.
Game
Lovely
shot
double
the third leg.
16.
Archie self.
And just a hint of emotion there. Clenched
Full flag,
fist,
Rowby-John to throw
geeing
first.
himself up.
Yeah, I was slightly concerned in that match that Archie played against Gary Mawson that there just seemed to be a little bit of despondency in the body language. His head was down, but there seemed to be a real spring back in his step here. Obviously, very keen to finish on a bit of a high.
$58.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bizarre match, that Mawson game, after the now famous 107, which will live long in the memory, probably of Archie self as well. But he's showing his capability here.
180.
And he's looking like he's really enjoying himself now up on that stage.
90.
He probably would have learnt a lot as well from this opening day. As we mentioned this morning, debutants can struggle here. It's a sort of different atmosphere, different vibe than you would expect on a
81.
floor
Archie
tournament,
require
challenge tour,
170.
WDF Open, something like that. And it's a new experience,
40.
a different experience
Rowby-John require 120.
for someone celebrating their 16th birthday.
Needs the treble. Goes low, and that's awkward. Probably forcing a switch. Is he going to try and find a route through? Or?
41.
Yeah, I think the switch would have been the more sensible option
require
there.
130.
Well, South can't trouble the little
81.
fishy this
Rowby-John
time.
requires 79.
Rowby-John back for 79.
$59. Archie
Something was
require
happening in the
49.
background there. I didn't quite see what just happened, but Archie Self was looking a bit sheepishly.
Four flag. Archie self.
But he's not now. He's 3-1 up.
Fifth flag, it's Archie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think his dart possibly just slipped out of his hand. Went to catch it. That's one of the things. I can't emphasise how
77.
quiet that room actually is when you're playing it. It's literally just the two players. The only noise you'll hear is the cooler, basically, and the darts themselves. So you are really self-aware and conscious that you don't make too much noise in the background.
58.
It won't be quiet in here on Saturday.
100.
Fantastic double session ahead of us on the weekend here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. WADC Tour Finals in the afternoon.
57.
Week 12 finals night in the evening. Will one or both of these players be there? The odds compilers certainly think so. Both second favourites. Just beneath
55.
Mervyn King. A long way to go this week as we are
89.
almost wrapping up the opening day.
Archie Self now making a real charge for the finishing line.
140. Archie require 95.
And could wrap it up here. Treble for double. With Rowby-John not on a finish. May have elected to switch.
57.
Didn't. Went straight for it. And has the same decision to make next time around.
What pressure will he be under?
57.
Not as
Archie
much
require
as Rodriguez
38.
would like.
Now the switch comes.
Game
And it was
shot and
beautifully
match.
executed.
Archie Self.
Archie Self finds his second win of the day, defeating Rowby-John Rodriguez. He won't finish the day bottom of the group. And it's a comprehensive 4-1 win for the birthday boy Archie Self. Our final match of the session comes up after the break. It's Mervyn King, Gary Mawson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Archie with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. Final match of the opening session of Group A here on week 12. And from before the break, where we saw the WDF Boys champion face the former World Youth finalist, we now move on to the more elder statesmen of the game. And Mervyn King, who has had some real moments of brilliance, as you would well expect. It's Mervyn King, for heaven's sake. And Gary Mawson, he currently tops the table Just the one defeat
First
so
leg, it's
far.
Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
And it's been the sublime and the ridiculous in equal measure from Mawson so far. How will they fare against one another now? And
123.
for a loose opener, Mervyn King finds 2 treble 20s.
It'd be no big surprise to know that these two have played each other on a few occasions. Was all the way back 2009 and 2010 in the Players' Championships events, but Mervyn King
43.
always got the better of Gary Mawson. Gary Mawson today, as you say, we've seen some real highs from him. But the one defeat you mentioned was a comprehensive defeat. It was a 4-0 loss to Geldenhuys.
Well, such has been this sort of bizarre nature of this opening day of the group. Mawson can finish first, second or third overnight after this match, and Mervyn can finish 5th,
46.
3rd or 1st. It's been a funny old day.
Yeah, and I just get the feeling that the next
100.
2 days, I don't know if anything's actually going to be clear or comprehensive until we get right into the end of the Group A sessions on Wednesday.
$58. Mervyn, you require 136.
Oh, this would have been for a hole to throw. But what makes this really interesting, a really interesting meeting for me, is the fact that the fixtures are reversed tomorrow. So this will be the very first game of tomorrow's afternoon session. And these are the points that if you can win, beat your opponent 2 times in a row, finish off today, start tomorrow with a win as well, can really start changing that table around.
Tops for
King. On the
King.
first leg, Mervyn King.
He's looking to get back on track in this group. And
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first.
your
Game
point, Laura, is proved in that if Mervyn can win here, facing Mawson again early doors tomorrow, Mawson can go from top to in trouble.
45.
And on the reverse of that, Mawson could well end up very comfortable at the top of the table, and Merv could be left chasing.
58.
And if you are an Archie yourself or a Jim Mayer and you are watching this game, I think the best possible result for them would be a King win. It just makes everything...
140.
It just means there's only 4 points between Jim, who'll be on 2 points going in overnight, through to whoever's at the top of the table. More of an opportunity to chase down that pack.
100.
Beautiful stuff there from Mawson.
That's Mawson's turn now for the 136.
36.
Another. Oh, go on then.
120.
Well, that dart for double was almost hailing down a
42.
taxi.
Gary
It was
requires
so
16.
far away. This next one will be closer. Can't get much closer.
No score.
He could.
He most definitely did. Now King just looking to remind Mawson he's here if he misses again.
140. Gary requires 16.
This time then for Gary.
Game shot on the second.
Finds it this
Gary
time.
Mawson.
They weren't bad efforts last time around.
It's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
And with a puff of the cheeks from Mervyn King. He gets us back underway, and
94.
crucial last there. Great switch to the 18s.
$140.
Mawson, though, just trying to find that treble 20 again with a bit more regularity. Looking to perhaps bookend his campaign. He kicked off with a 90 average. Everything in between has been a little bit more difficult for him to negotiate, but looking to finish with a plump.
100. $98.
Well, it was good ball management from Mervyn King, but couldn't quite have the execution of the third. Mawson
125.
recovering expertly.
And this is the third consecutive low where someone has been left on 136. Is it third time the charm?
95.
This time Mawson
Gary require 136.
missed it on the double last time round. Looking for those two treble 20s once again. Gets the first. Can he find the second? Just north of the target.
96. Mervyn, you require 115.
Well, that was the worst possible outcome. Well, Mervyn knew it.
Gary require 40.
And Mawson back now for a breaker throw. It's tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Gary
Perfectly
Mawson.
done. And Gary Mawson
Full flag, it's Gary
firing
to throw
his
first.
way
Game on.
to be the table topper overnight. He's gone from strength to strength over the course of the session. Just the one blot on the coffee book so far.
100.
And now firmly in the ascendancy, not just in this match, but in this group.
100.
I just wonder if that 4-1 victory in the previous match for Mawson over Archie South has just lit that blue touch paper, because he's, since that 107,
59.
he's looked very, very likely indeed once again.
Yeah, it certainly sparked Mawson into life, but when his back's against the wall, that's where Mervyn King is at his most dangerous.
$59.
And that maximum in his previous visit has now brought him right back into contention and sensing an opportunity to get that break back
100.
straight away.
Yeah, that was a big last start. Big fine for Mervyn King. And now King knows he's got at
97.
least
Mervyn,
6
you
from
require
here for the 1-2-1.
You know he's going to go for it.
Game
Oh, and you
shot
knew he
on the
was going to
fourth
get it.
leg. Mervyn King.
Mawson nailed the bull in his previous
flag,
match,
it's
but he's
Mervyn
on the
to throw
receiving
first.
end this time around. Mervyn doesn't waste any time. Let's get on with it.
No reaction whatsoever from Mervyn King, who fires in
180.
another maximum. It's almost like that kind of swagger, like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
96.
Wanders back, kicks off with a max. Yeah, it's all good.
Didn't even need to, go back to the table, take a sip of drink, just let your opponent fester. No. Quick and painful.
40. $96.
Mawson drawing on all of his experience. Has kept hanging in there when the going has got tough in his other matches across the day.
60.
He's always there or thereabouts.
Yeah, and despite that 180 opener from Mervyn King, backed it up with scores of 40 and 60. It's just once again opened the door here for Mawson.
99.
He's just not quite getting that weight of dart right.
85.
He did that time.
And look what he's left. One, 3, 6 is the order of the day.
Mervyn, you require 136.
Neither of these pair have hit it so far. Mawson's had 2 goes. King's on his second go and can't find it.
60.
Not only can't find the 136, can't find a treble, and it's Mawson now 129. We've seen a 121 from Mervyn King. But that is a disaster for Gary Mawson.
47.
The third was wayward as well, and King now 76 away from a 3-2 lead. Neatly done with that double 4.
Mervyn King.
Mervyn King now senses an opportunity to put himself in contention. Just a little blow of air into his fingers. That stage not renowned for being a little bit chilly.
140.
Can fry an egg on those lights.
100.
What a response from Mervyn King. Another leg where he starts off with 3 perfect darts.
And that swagger is back. It was almost like
99.
when he was walking around, he was surveying his kingdom. There's no crowd in. Not till Saturday.
60.
Just 2 points separates them in this leg. Mawson looking to try and force that
56.
decider.
$100.
Wanted more, did Mervyn. Nevertheless, leaves a finish. Can Mawson do the same?
85. Mervyn, you require
find that treble.
164.
Fired it through. Now then. Not quite.
96.
He knew it was close.
Gary, you require
Mawson then to stay alive.
121.
King has already converted the 1-2-1. Mawson needs a treble 17 to do the same and goes wide into the 3.
43. Mervyn, you require 68.
For the match then. 2 4s. Good guide.
60.
Over adjusted.
Gary, you require 78.
And this is where Mawson normally steps in and makes his opponent pay. Can he do the same in a crucial moment? Gonna have to do it the hard way. Can't do it at all now.
24. Mervyn,
For the
you
first
require
time, he's made a bit of a mess.
4.
When an opportunity has arisen. Mervyn King. Has not given Mawson another opportunity, and King converts to win by 4 legs to 2. Mervyn ends his day with a win, and these two will be the first match on tomorrow. Mawson has had a superb day, but just found wanting. How are we going to begin to analyse what we've seen across the day, Laura Turner? We'll do so after the break.
19 for double 8. And what an opener.
Coming up.
Two darts, the double 16. And Richie Howson is the ultimate legend of the Super Series.
Mawson now has 2 darts. Only needs 1.
So then, final round of results on the opening day of Group A. Archie Self with a fantastic 4-1 win over Rowby-John Rodriguez, and Mervyn King finishing the day with a flourish. A 4-2 victory over Gary Mawson, who was the table topper going into that game. But it is Mervyn King that leads on legs won. Look at the fine margins in that Group A table. The level, Johan Geldenhuys and Mervyn King on leg difference. But it's just the legs won column that makes all the difference overnight. Gary Mawson and Rowby-John are on 6 points themselves. Jim Mayer's bottom, but he's only 4 points behind. Laura, where'd you start with that?
Well, we kind of said it in comms. We know a lot more and a lot less. You know, we're none the wiser as to who is actually going to make it through at the moment. But it makes it interesting watch, doesn't it? Because tomorrow there's absolutely everything to play for. We call it moving day. I'm just not quite sure still how much movement there's going to be in terms of the points.
And then the fly has joined us in the studio now as well, which has been a recurring theme of the session too. Mervyn King, table topper overnight. Is that right?
Well, he went in favourite, didn't he? So, I mean, it was a really topsy-turvy day. I think there was a point where absolutely, you know, any outcome was kind of possible for players, other than maybe a Jim or an Archie who were kind of battling just to stay in contention. But they've done that. And that last result for Mervyn King there, then that just keeps it completely wide open going into tomorrow. 4 players on 6 points, absolutely nothing to split them.
How would you sum up Archie Self's birthday day here at the Super Series, on debut, of course, youngest ever competitor? He was bottom going into his final match, which I found utterly bizarre, because I think he's done all right.
Yeah, good performances. I mean, he ran into Mervyn King in that very first match, but he seems to be able to bounce back and suffered a couple of disappointments. There was that game against Mawson with the 107 checkout that took us all a little bit by surprise. But for me, again, it was the win right at the end against Rodriguez. There was just that spring back in his step. So hopefully he can just bring that momentum and that kind of feeling, that winning feeling back into tomorrow, because, as I say, he's put in some really good performances.
You mentioned that 107 from Mawson. That just came out of nowhere, and he's had, as the stats show, he's had a really good day, narrowly missing out topping the table himself, but this was majestic.
Well, there was this point where I think we looked at each other and we were like, what's just happened here? Especially because you said, you know, his day to that point hadn't been particularly flashy, and then he goes with 2 darts in hand straight for the ball. But hey, the outcome was what he wanted in the end, and ultimately ran out a 4-1 winner. So yeah, maybe it was just the right move for Mawson at the time.
It all leads us then to moving day tomorrow. What can we expect, dare I ask?
Yeah, I was going to say, don't ask me. No, obviously, more of the same. Obviously, everyone has shown that they've got these levels. We were saying the standard in terms of the stats and the averages really high, especially to kick off with. But you know, Jim Mayer, highest average of the day, and only 2 points to show for it. So you can look at that. I think tomorrow it's going to be tight. I still think going into that final day, I think then there's still going to be quite a few really in contention.
Laura, thank you. You have the company of Henry Deacon tomorrow and Wednesday, you lucky thing. But that is all we've got time for here on day one. Coming up here on Pluto TV, we have the Champions Talk with Keegan Brown. He will be back here next week for Champions Week. He talks to me about his resurgence in the game and that memorable, emotional weekly win here just a few weeks ago, where he was given the new nickname of Kleenex Brown. But stay tuned for that one. The Upside Down Darts Challenge is at 3:25 later on this afternoon, and make sure you join us back here tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. as Group A continues on moving day. And you could be here with us on Saturday night, but if you can't get to Portsmouth here at the Live Lounge, you can join us at 7:30 here on Pluto TV for the double session. Don't forget the WADC as well at 12:30. It's been very, very eventful then on day one here at the Super Series, but it's the King surveying his kingdom at the end of day one. Bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith!
And it